Good dinner and good sleep and many circle walks this morning. We are going to do a quick roll call. That I'm going to do for you. So, Dr. Marie Chisholm Burns. Here. Dolores Gresham. Step up. Dolores Gresham. Here. Todd Dixon.
Here.
Yolanda Jones. Here. Dr. Jones, Robert Christopher Jones. Frank Rothermel.
Here.
Here. Glenn Swift.
Here.
And Joey Vaughn.
Here.
Thank you. All are present, ready to perform.
No, we don't.
We're going to continue to move forward with. We're in the committee of the whole, yes. Quick note, we have a lot to cover today, commissioners. Yesterday was a lot. We have a lot more to cover today. We do have a very hard stop at 3 o'clock. So they will be trying to stay as tight to our timeline as possible and move forward. We'll human move us forward where relevant. We easily can go back to things later on, but we certainly want to get through our top line agenda items today. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jennifer.
Okay. Thanks again for showing up again on day 2. Very much appreciate it. We're kicking off our day, teachers, and thank you, both of you, and hopefully to join. Thank you so much. I think, we've shared with you previously kind of what this group is about, but they have a very broad charge to really think innovatively about what are some things the state could do to improve outcomes in your career. And obviously, anything that happens in that system affects educators, and so I'm going to open it up to allow the commissioners to ask questions. If we need to stop asking questions, but first, why don't we?
I'm Carol Nanny, and I am the high school librarian at McKenzie High School. We are a small special school district in Northwest Tennessee, McKenzie Special School District. I've served as the high school librarian for the past 2 years, and prior to that, I was an elementary school teacher. I taught 2nd grade for 12 years, and I was the elementary librarian. Thank you for having me today.
My name is Kathy Chanel, and I teach at Berry Middle School in West Knoxville. I teach 8th grade biology, and this is my 17th year of finished teaching. So I've taught grades all 6th grade, 7th grade, 8th grade. I've taught 10th grade, 12th grade, and that and that. I'm really appreciative for this mission to be doing this work and to provide this today.
Open up to the commissioners for questions.
Shot. So what are the major you're 2nd grade? So one thing that came out in conversation yesterday that we thought, the Tennessee has we will have at the end of the month. Anything 2nd graders to help them. What would it be? Then I have a follow-up question. I'll let you go there first.
If I could do anything for my 2nd graders, first of all, I would make sure that we're in our district. I'm not sure that has been accessible in the past. I think we are moving toward that better. Not only the high instructional quality materials, but also training our teachers on those high instructional. I feel like so many times our teachers are given the materials, but not the training to use utilize them. And we fall short in those instructional practices because we haven't been giving the training to go. Also access. Being in a small rural community, we don't have access that other districts could possibly have. We lack access to free resources, to reading materials, and training our parents and being a partnership to be and just giving them that access. We feel like the high quality materials and access are two things that have to focus on to get where they need to be.
When you talk about high quality materials, that answer. So, what the process works for Tennessee is basically the textbook commission, and but really the public, everybody has to. But every district has the flexibility to choose their own. As an educator, do you see value in that, or should we as a state common vetted? It's all vetted, but I still, there are lots of options, and we're all over the place. How does that play with y'all?
I agree that we're all over the place, and I see in our district that was one of my goals when I was with SCORE. And one of my goals was to improve literacy and access to instructional materials. One thing that I see us lacking is the commonality. I think we have great choices, but I do think we have too many choices. One thing that I stressed and that I advocated for was looking at those materials to whether they were on the green, the yellow, to see if they were vetted. I did advocate for a certain curriculum in our district. We did not choose that curriculum. We also, one thing that I've noticed in the district was our kindergarten was allowed to choose one curriculum. We have a different curriculum in first and second. We have even though I voiced my opposition to that, I think we lack the spiraling to choose different. So I do see the benefit. I like flexibility. Deserve the flexibility, seeing what's best for their students. We are not all the same. Being from Knoxville is not the same as rural West Tennessee. So I do like a little bit of flexibility, but I also do agree that sometimes there's too wide a range when
I've got one more and I'll stop. All right. So in instructional practices, and it's been a little bit since I've been there, but I'm thinking about reading instructions. There seems to be a lot of reading instruction happens in K1 and 2. Third and fourth, get it by second grade. A lot of whole group instruction that occurs. I know we have RTI, we have some structure in place. But are we stopping our instructional practices? Are we stopping too soon?
yes, and I also believe that we lost a lot of our foundation. Not every child learns with this, but we sort of have switched there where we detoured away from phonics. I think we're going back to that. I do think we need that in our K1 and 2 heavily for those that learn that way. You know, we have to have mixture so that we get every child and every child. In our district, I don't think that we move away from instruction. I do think we tend to fall away from in our particular. Yes, I think it needs to be because even though we're to have every child reading, we don't always And it has to be, it's because when a child, they can read, they can succeed in most subjects, so we have to have that.
Thank
What led you to teach? What year was it? To make the decision to go to school? What led you to teach?
Sorry.
So I came about teaching, it wasn't my first choice in the sense that I got my undergraduate degree in biology. And I knew I loved science and I knew I loved to learn. So what I did was, as I was continuing through my undergraduate program, thinking about what I wanted, I knew I always wanted to help other people and inspire them in terms of learning. So I was fortunate enough then to make that decision during my undergraduate career. I immediately got my master's degree right thereafter from the same university in teaching. But it also gave me an aspect of having the content knowledge to deliver the material, especially at the high school level. Asking students to do is so challenging that I feel like I'm a better teacher by having that additional content and then moving to the instructional piece that I did the 5th year. So for teaching instruction, it was at Boston University. So I was born and raised in New England. We've been here for 11 years. And so I did that for full year, was 12 months after the year 2001, 2002.
I, school back, I say back in sophomore days. That was 93 is when I graduated. So, educator for many years ago. Why did I want to become? I'm from a family of educators. It was something that I always knew I wanted to do. My brother is a teacher. My aunt was a teacher. My sister-in-law is a guidance counselor. But I did at one point have other thing no, a different direction, but I was always drawn back to, and that's just my first love. When I was in high school, I had teachers that, my senior English teacher, I wanted to be like me. I wanted to have that influence on people to have an impact, and that was the best way to have to stay in my community. I teach in the same school district where I was raised, where I went to school. My first classroom, the 2nd grade classroom, was my 2nd grade classroom when I was in school. So I remember being in high school, in one of my Spanish classes, we had to go to school to teach a Spanish lesson, and the teacher pulled me aside and said, and so having a teacher say that to me at an age.
Demetrius, welcome. Thank you for joining us today. Would you mind just spending like a minute or so sharing a little about your background and where you are now?
Yes. Demetrius Badgerow, I am the principal at Trousdale County Elementary School. And my experience as the reason I want to be a teacher is a little different. But the positives, I did not have a teacher who looked like me. And I did not have teachers that necessarily understood or thought that I could do. It was I hit a glass ceiling, and it was, this is good enough. However, my parents, I am a first generation college. My parents did not go to college, but they said I would. And I was never allowed to use as an excuse if I didn't play, if I didn't start on softball team, it was because I didn't. It was because of what I did. If I didn't score well on a test, it was because I didn't study. So nothing was allowed for
I was not allowed to use anything as an excuse. And my dad was outside of the home, and then he was a farm. And so I grew up on a farm, and he did farm work. So it was, I had a very different experience when I asked about a college. I was told, that it's an expensive college. And I didn't ask how much it costs. I asked about it. So I am now the principal in a school in my office in one of the first classes of engineering. So I am the principal at a school that my mom can. So it's more struggle for me, and I know that I go many places and do lots of things, but I believe that it's there for a reason. And I have my director of schools, what Bill is very much the same way, and the outcomes for students, and that's kind of my story.
I have amazing acting, but characteristics for searching that we want all schools to be. What would you say we should look at that for?
For me, it's grit. Teachers, I want someone with is coaching. I love a small district, and so we don't get a lot of, and so pro teachers. And many times my teachers are picked off from other people, but that's okay. It means that I do a job. So I want someone who has grit, and I want someone who's coaching.
Where did you get?
I went to Western Kentucky University, and I did my master's at Cumberland University in Memphis, Tennessee, and my but I became a good teacher when I was in Columbus, Ohio, in another school district. That's where I became a teacher. I've taught in many places where teachers the kids have everything, but when you are coming to school and it's a matter of survival, you're not worried about pencils or paper. You provide those things for them. That's where I learned teaching kids who didn't have. What did you say? No. It was very urban school stuff. Very, very. I was in the Dexter Village. It's the oldest project in the States. And we had race. Our school. It's locked. And that's right.
To answer your question, I agree with you, someone who has grit, who is ready to dig in. But I also, one of the most important attributes that I see in successful teachers, if you can build relationships with your students, then they're willing to, they have to know.
I would concur with coachability, but also too, the best teachers have seen are those that bring their new knowledge and practice and skill, they need to merge that really well. I think it's probably a combination too of having relationships with your other staff members. So they have to be coachable, but then also they bring some new techniques and strategies to the table that we.
Technology. So, in fact, I heard from years that you couldn't use the internet to teach until a year and a half ago. So realizing that you can do everything, video, recording classes and videos, setting them on the having a whole virtual school on the internet. There's too many ways. So I'd like each of your students. How should we be using the internet?
sorry, do you mean, if I could clarify, the internet in general, or you say technology?
Technology,
And the reason I ask that is that we, in our district, we just went one-to-one, meaning each student had their own this past year. And we were fortunate enough to do that, and gave us flexibility, given all of them. What that meant is that we, together, and surveyed our staff times through the year to see how that implementation was going, in our school, that is. And also, we then surveyed our students in the springtime, which was really interesting to look at the teacher surveys opposing the student surveys. And we saw a lot, while it wasn't done with high statistical analysis, we saw a lot of correlation. So we saw students and teachers both reporting that they were better with technology. Students reported, teachers as well. They appreciated being able to email one another through our learning management system. They appreciated that their work was saved on Google Drive. That was something needed for them. The students even reported they knew what to do when they were absent, which when we think about ownership, that's something that as a teacher, it feels good. Like they really realize that there's things, school still occurs when they're not. So all of those that I see, and I would love to see them continue to go forward in the future.
I'm going to give a little bit of perspective of technology because although we did learn just tons of new techniques that we could use in the classroom, being in a rural district, we had 60% of our students that didn't have access to internet. So, it was
60?
Huh?
60%?
Yes, yes. So we could give them all the technology in the world, but they couldn't access it. We learned new things to do with them while they were in our classroom, and we did everything we could to get them the access. But I started making appointment times for students to come in and socially distance during the time that we were out. We were out a very short time in our district because we saw that it was just not feasible in our area. We had to bring our students back to campus.
what if they had?
If they had internet access, yes, we did learn new techniques that we could use with them, new instructional practices. But again, with the technology at home, so many of our students were the caretakers, and so many of our students had one device. And if the elementary school student was on that device, our high school student did not get to log into it. Yes, yes, and we are not one-to-one district. So, although we learned so many things that we could do with our students and new technology ways to present, it was a definite struggle because to broadband.
I too am in a rural school district, and my director made it to make sure that all of our students have access, and that was a huge undertaking. Even partnering with to set up hotspots throughout the county, and all of our schools, you could pull into the parking lot and access one, go to the public library, go to the football. You could go to the senior citizen center in the park. And then he said, I don't want kids who can't get in a meeting and get to those places to have issues. So we were on a hybrid to where we all have kids in one day and have the other day. And while the kids were there, if they did not have access to Wi-Fi at home, then they were able to download all of the curriculum before they left the building. And when they got home, they were able to split up. So they didn't have to necessarily have internet access because we used that internet access when we were at school so that when they were at home, they could still ensure that they were accessing the high quality curriculum. That was something that we did not give on, that access to high quality. And so all of our kids were still in the same position. When they came back to school, they could upload it. So
So they had devices.
everyone had devices, and we started with, at the beginning of the year, none of my kids in the elementary, our middle school and high school were one. That was a push, one of my big pushes I wanted my kids to have access to. So we went down to 3 to 5, and then my next big push was to 3. So we are now, our 2 has, they have touchscreens, and our 3 have, so we're 1 to 1.
Late, but I don't, so. You might, citizens with them too. Listen, I'm sure. What are the distractions that keep you? So, you're at the front, so you see things like that. Change, message change. Direction. So,
You're saying barriers in our day-to-day.
you're the one that's going to look.
Well, this year, I think was challenging and that we had so many changes occurring and they had to happen. But as far as feeling effective as a teacher, I went home at night thinking I had given it my all, but I don't feel like it was as good as other years because of balancing multiple. I taught in-person students, I taught a virtual section, and I also served as our school's ed tech coach. I've been in a one-to-one school in the past, and so they kind of tapped me for that information, which was I felt honored to be able to support everybody, but it does feel like you have a lot of different plates going at the same time, and I think that's we probably echoed that in education all the time, which is this past year felt more like that. So I'm looking forward to this year that's coming up to think about how I structure my lessons, how I structure my classroom to merge those things that I implemented last year and fit with things I've done in the past and be more effective. We're just really trying to do as much as we could for our kids. And I think we were successful to be in school as much as we were in Knox County. We only had 1 week as an team. Fabulous to have our students in person as we launched. Better this year.
So I have a question to kind of set, our beginning, but just to kind of set a playing field about why this commission exists. So we were brought together about 9 months ago to help the state think about how do we leap over our current situation with the pandemic and the learning loss, accelerating learning moving forward, as well as modernizing our public education. And so thinking about this future state, say 10 years down the line, all of you have been in this for at least 10 years. A lot has changed in our daily lives, and I'm sure in your daily lives over the past 10 years. When you look out over the next decade, so like 2030, what sort of advances or modernization would you like to see in your classroom, in your school, in your district, or across the state that you think would be really impactful to help students? I should have sent that in advance. No, it's okay.
I guess it's the kind of person, and I'm trying to find, and I would say that the pandemic, I feel like everything was just thrown into the bag, shit up, and we threw it out. And we learned quite a bit. And I know as a high school teacher, I have that college experience. As much as difficult as this is, I just can't get it. And I feel that our kids are going to be better prepared. So I also feel kids in my house.
deal with kids all day and then I go home with 7 kids. And they are 7 different learners. And one of my kids who really struggles, she is just she's a perfectionist and she just doesn't get it. And so she was able to go back and after the things that we did, she was able to dig it out. So providing her landscape to be successful, I don't know that we would have done that had it not have been. So really digging into student engagement. I go into classrooms and I'll talk with teachers and let's try this and I'm in there for it. It's doing a walkthrough. And sometimes I'm thinking, whoa. So sure that we're honing in on what is needed and looking at things from the perspective to really make sure that we are teaching our students. So that was one of our things, to make sure that we were providing instruction in a virtual setting that was engaging. And we did a lot of training centered around that, working on stepping outside of our comfort zones and working in chat rooms and doing some student polls right there lesson to find out, are our kids with us? Another thing that was really important was to set those norms. We had to make sure that our kiddos understood our expectations. So those high expectations that we have in the classroom trickled over into our virtual setting. So those are things that I hope that we will continue to be innovative, and that it's okay to do things a little differently, because I really do believe that we have touched on some things that just allowing our kindergartners to have Chromebooks because they can work the technology better than we can. I don't know that we would have done that had they not, or maybe not done that as quickly. So we've just propelled to the next level.
What would I like to see advances in the next 10? I would like to see a focus on our educators, having our educators who are coming out of these programs more prepared for what the real classroom setting is going to be, having that training for virtual learning so that they don't feel like I did that the spring where I felt like I was flying the airplane as I was building it. Also, what I would like to see more of is more CTE partnerships, more CTE training in the high school, getting our students more college and career ready. I feel like we truly focus on a team prep, and which is a great thing to focus on, but all districts, even those in the rural area, need partnerships with local industries, local businesses, our TCAP programs, where they're getting the training that they need to go into our I was sharing with her, my son decided to go into the TCAP program. And we did not have a lot of those opportunities for him prior to going into dual enrollment in our TCAP welding program. So what I would like to see for other students who are like my child, who is the hands-on, that's his passion, for more of those opportunities early, so that they are ready for work.
I would look to kind of just sum it up, relevancy. I mean, I try to be really relevant with what we do in biology, and unfortunately, there's a lot that goes on in science in the world lends itself to it. But take, for example, one of the things I've done with my students for probably about 3 or 4 years now is we do a CRISPR module, which you might have heard of now, but when I started talking about it 4 years ago with the students, it wasn't a common term, but it's a lot of technology that some of the vaccine is based on. And so our students, in my case, we would look at the global food crisis. We would look at a TED Talk of what we're seeing as far as food scarcity across the world. And then students would look at, well, how can we solve that? And then that's one of the standards, looking at technology implications in biology. So I chose to go that avenue with it. And some students choose the CRISPR route. Some look at other ways that we can improve that. And some years I'll shift from that and we'll look at diseases. Should we use this technology? They do a Shark Tank and try and get some funding for it from their classmates, and it's real learning to them. So I think anytime as educators we can draw in what's happening. It doesn't need to be this current year, but within the last 5 years, students see why it's important, especially this generation. If they don't see something in their lives that has some sort of connection with it, even if at a younger grades, it's just not as, they're not going to be as attached to the learning. So increasing relevancy.
Doris?
To the question, of course, the question comes up because we know that. So what in Tennessee, and they're not. So with all the, even see, talking about there are 60% ready. So what's happening? It's not. Yesterday, the discussion was about teaching. You know that lawyers. So, same perspective, same dynamic. Teaching material. Talk about ACT being in the top 10% to qualify. Talked about decided to go into teaching. So what would you think about that? The reason we were talking about it is that when don't seem to be getting results that we want. High school press. So it's called stepping up.
I think that's important to have candidates who are enrolling in programs not only knowledgeable in their content, but then knowledgeable in implementation, in terms of education and instruction. And because really when you're thinking about teaching, it's not a one-shot deal. I don't present an instructional piece to my students and assume everyone's got it. It's almost like diagnosing and figure out, well, I have to teach this way to get these kids, and this way to get these kids, and this way to get these kids, and then I can get everybody covered. So you have to be able to think really analytically about that to be effective. So I think having candidates moving into MPRO programs who are higher qualification would certainly then lend itself, I think, to having teachers who are better implementing that instruction and thus should your student outcome.
I am totally out of my mind. I do not know about higher education. I'm totally out of my mind. So I say this and it's just a thought. As I have teachers to my building, I'm thinking of the things that they're lacking. So a solution may be not necessarily putting those higher standards, but maybe more specialists. So when I go to my foot hurts, I want to go to a podiatrist. Not necessarily dentist. So maybe within the higher ed, there are specialists. So reading specialists and really honing in on that reading instruction. And that I need content teachers. So I'm not sure how everything is laid out, but really specializing in for the middle grades, not necessarily teaching, but really looking at the content and really specializing so that when I get those teachers, I don't have to do crash course of phonics instruction, math content, because I am not necessarily getting
That makes any sense.
Strength and becoming. One of the other things that we thought, again, specialists, certification, reading specialist, step up that game, or we had science, reading STEM, all into that. The numbers, as I said yesterday, it's haunting. We've had almost a generation of third not being efficient and just being passed on. So what you do, of course, is you set up the same thing happens. They can't read or do the math. You set them up. What you see happening is specific. I had gone to spring. That's a question. What percentage of chemistry? Eating. So again, being right teeth, but next right teeth. Should we step the game?
To answer, in my opinion, there's so many pieces that come together to make a great teacher. There's the content knowledge, but I have witnessed teachers who have amazing content knowledge, but have no relational skills with their students and have no knowledge of how to connect and relate that to the students. So in my opinion, where we need to focus to make great teachers is training. Again, when we have new curriculums, we focus on the training of how to present that. And we follow up to make sure our teachers are presenting using that training. Also mentorship program. I've been a mentor in our district for many years. And there's so many times that my job as the mentor was to teach them how to relate to their students and the impact of, you know, taking what they know in that content. I do totally agree that we need higher standards for our people who are coming out of these educator programs. But they need more on-the-job relationship training where we don't just throw them into a classroom and expect them to be that great teacher. My first year of teaching, I was not that great teacher. I want to go back and apologize to those students. But I learned from those people who surrounded me and built me up, and watching their practices is what made me the teacher that I am today.
So stronger teacher preparation, more challenging, the residencies that we
Yes,
have.
and bringing teachers who are in the trenches into those programs to work with those teachers, to where they are in those classrooms more and where they are seeing what the day-to-day life of a teacher is. Because until you've been there, you have no idea that's 20 million hats that you wear as a teacher.
Change. It's the same thing about teaching that
Can you speak up a little bit, please?
yeah, innovations that you've seen teachers that particularly teacher or school district particularly struggling students teachers that are exceptional. What kind of actions that we those particular teachers or those schools?
If you know your kids really well. I mean, I usually would have a little bit of a lack of data since from the state level recently. I have a data wallet, follow where my students are. I look at my summative assessments at the end of units. I look at formative assessments, meaning during the learning. And I have a pulse point on where every child is. And I have to basically, I kind of joke, like I'm a really good nagger. Like I know how to get on kids and we need to do that, or we need to work on this. It takes a tremendous amount of energy to go through all that. But when I do that, the payoff is my kids then start to make more progress. And then I can ease off in some ways. Sometimes it's the whole year, and that's just the way it is. And when I've done that with a PLC, meaning with my partners and my same grade level, it can be very impactful when we see students. And our students who we've worked really hard with, and during the year, they're kind of like, oh, it's Miss Janelle again, great. You know, but next year they come back and they're excited to see you. And it's usually the ones that are the most like you've been on them so much for that 1 year because you know where they are. The following year, they realize that you had. So and that's really a piece of how do you teach that. I think back to ed prep, how do you teach a teacher to know where each student is every single time effectively, and it doesn't become this monstrosity of information there.
I 100% agree that you have to know where they are, where you have to take them. Every child is so different. You have to meet them where they are at.
Is there anything at the state or district level?
Just to add on to that, also too, are there any extra things that are asked of you in regards to data that you don't think is relevant?
That we don't need to collect.
Don't think is relevant?
I mean, I'll volunteer when I was data coach in district, and I would take the TCAP data, download it in Excel, having them go through that each child on the formula to visually show if the child did or did not meet education, if they raised scores. And then we looked at that as a staff, and we then gave that to our teachers to be able to use and see where their students are starting. And teachers too could do an analysis of, well, which students did I move the most this past year? Was I better at moving my student higher? And I better at moving my basics to my proficient? We would do some reflection. That came to us already done. That would be really nice. That takes a lot of man hours to put in place. And so I think right now, I don't think that happens consistently just because it just isn't the time.
This thought can be asking to should we be tending more towards the specialty? First grade, second. Because obviously it's reading things, they work, something like that. So we need a more reading specialist. Maybe better than teaching every first, second.
I think that most of us, and there's no funding. So we don't have any regulations in our district. Specialists in our district, but we're still expected to meet those. And I am the and feeling the way our students, and another conversation that I'm having. It's confusing for a parent when the kiddo comes home and they have an A, and when T comes back with it, and they are below basic. So that's not consistent. So at my school, we are really focusing on proficiency. We're having proficiency conversations. And I have, even on my data, I've asked my teachers, I want to see this. Grade scores, and I want to see your 9 weeks averages. Because if we are all A's and we are not performing at all A's, then there is something in that order that we need to discuss. So it's that accountability, and we are having those difficult conversations. Those are not necessarily fun for me, but it's important. It's important when I go to a teacher and I say, hey, how is Joe doing? Struggling with everything, such as just everything. I need some specifics. I need to know. So really have those really specific conversations, going back to knowing students, really knowing that data, not just having the data, but knowing it and addressing it. So we are also doing some high-dose tutoring with our students, and it is really big an impact. So I'm excited about where we're.
Small thing to, this has been exciting to hear from you. I'm in post-secondary education, and I'll just say, you were in your, not only were you in your lane, you controlled the lane, right in the middle of your lane. And so really this, as I heard you speak, my question was more about the pipeline, which not is about qualifications, but what I heard from you sound more like emotional intelligence, caring, those softer skills, right? In my world, I can't tell the difference between a 3.5 GPA of my students. Okay, maybe a 2.0 and a 3. But my question now has changed. It's more about the pipeline and building the pipeline. What things, especially as it relates to minorities, getting more maybe male gender into this, what things do you think we can do to help enrich that pipeline? And then I have a question about funding. If you had your Christmas wish list, if you will, what, and you had funding, what are your immediate needs if we can give you funding? I don't have to get a paper bag of money, but I just want to know. Sorry, as you talk about specialists and all this other stuff. So two-part question, very different. So one has to do with the pipeline. This one has to do with funding.
With the pipeline, I think we as educators have to encourage our students. We have to show them that teaching is an incredible career. They have to know they have to be able to see though as students that they can make a sustainable career out of it and not have to work another job, to be quite honest. Just to be honest with you, I have students that I encouraged, one male student who was in my class that as his teacher and as his librarian, I said, you go into education. And his response was, I can't raise a family on that. And so he went a different route when he went to college. There's so many things that go into play when they think about it. And when, when we talk about going into being a lawyer, they see the outcomes. And so it takes encouraging that person who is made to be a teacher, who's going into it for the right reasons, but also we've got to begin and find a way to promote it as the career that you want to be in just as much as you want to be a doctor. Grow your own programs. As far as making that pipeline, grow your own programs are great. Teacher mentorship programs where we are, again, trying to encourage to keep those students who are good role models in our community, know our community. That's a way to get the students to stay and become teachers. And so that they can see someone, again, like them. And more male elementary teachers. For African American teachers in the schools, they need to be able to go into that classroom and relate.
Financial component, I think, does play a role. When I started teaching, I worked a retail job in the evenings and weekends, and I would go all day high school, and then I would night shift at night. And I probably didn't teach as well because it meant that I was tired or I wasn't preparing my lessons as well as I should have, but it felt like the right choice to make at the time. And for your second question, if I could have a bag of money, I would say some of our schools are lacking in some new, whether it's technology, materials, equipment. I think of our science laboratories, and they're not up to par now from when the building was built. So what happens a lot of times is the building will get constructed, and then, as you all know, sometimes there may be a renovation, but it's a whole generation or two that have gone through there before we see anything new in terms of infrastructure. And I would love to see if I can make a magic wand for that.
Yes, to answer the second part of your question, if I had a bag of money, I would invest it in programs in our school, again, to make our rural district have what I see in a lot of the more urban districts. when I hear teachers talk about, we have a robotics program in our school, we have a construction program in our school. I want that for my kids, just because they live in small rural town, they deserve those same opportunities of someone in a large urban area. And so if I had a bag of unlimited money, I would want those programs. Question, and then I'll.
Robot. Pipeline.
Pipeline, okay. Okay. I'm sitting here and I'm thinking, what would I do? Going back to all of the things that I would impact, yes, the program's impact and the after school and the feeding lunch and all of those impact. I honestly think that I have an EA. She has a 4-year degree. She does look like me. She's the only person, one of the 2 other people in the whole building that looks like me in the whole district. And all 3 of them are in my school. So she makes $14,000. I would put this EA against any of your top reading teachers in. That's how good she is. And she cannot afford to go back to school to get her teacher license because she makes $14,000. What can you do for $14,000?
She's an EA, an
She's an
executive
EA.
assistant.
Educational assistant.
She works full-time.
Yes. She makes $14,000.
We have a lot of EAs that they're working for insurance.
Yes, that is.
$14,000
Good.
deals.
About 12,000.
Yes, ours make. What can you do? Yes, exactly.
Graduate student stipends for twice that.
Yes.
I would put my child, I have a 2nd grader, I would put my 2nd grader in her classroom today. She had a.
It's ridiculous. Oh, it's funny. It's ridiculous. But we need to. Because these are our educators. Foremost, that we are not paying. And second, they are skilled and equipped in-house on your own, and we are not investing. Now, my question, have a gap in my mind, and we want all of our students to achieve, we want all of our students to succeed. How do we do it? When you can personally say, I have 3 people right now, I ain't gonna send them back to school. If we gave them the opportunity, but funded. Now, here's my vision. My vision is that people in this country, best training, they our teacher. Beyond that's my, but you're right. You can't do that without funding. But then this going, the vision for that, over here you have the numbers where it's not happening. So that's why I asked the question. Step up the game. Expectations. Parents have expectations. Students, same time, statewide expectations. State money is and talked yesterday about 10 years. We know that our kids are smart. We know that not only that, we know our teachers can. So maybe the pandemic got in the way. Where it's the vision of things to say, and you have to make it. So success breeds success.
I see a lot of stretch on our principals. I think evaluations are extremely important, extremely important. But I also think that our principals have been stretched so thin because of the evaluation process. So I don't know if there is a piece where we talk about our specialists or coaches who take some of that burden off of principals so that someone who is able to go into those classrooms more to not always necessarily to be an evaluator, to be a coach, to be someone who sees what's happening in those classrooms that are not reaching their potential. Because as we all know, I mean, you have good doctors, bad doctors, to have good teachers and bad teachers. But how do we know which classrooms that's happening in when we are stretching people so thin?
You think
Of course, you're going with, there, you know, there's a lot of probably constitutional boundaries there. I don't know. Would I, as an educator, be opposed? You know, you can come, you can walk in my room and watch any day. You know, that's, I don't have a problem with that. I don't know to answer that question. That's one I would really have to think about. And, but I
and
do.
the reason I asked is
Uh-huh.
One,
that was not a well thought out.
It's not, it's the day. You got, so. Yeah. Seems to be a distraction. Distracting.
percent, 75, 80% being at the other percentages of plan time. So that maybe it's time where I'm working with teachers or I'm in meetings or something of that effect, but the vast majority of the day is spent with students. I'd say about 80%. Yeah.
In our district, I'll give you a time wise. In our district, K through 8, our students, our teachers are given 50 minutes when students go to a rotation. They get approximately 25 minutes for lunch, but that includes the time that you walk your students to the cafeteria, you get them through the line. In reality, probably 50 minutes at most. In my situation, I don't have a plan. Library opens at 7:30 in the morning. I teach library skills practicum 3 blocks of my day. I'm the yearbook sponsor, and I teach yearbook the 4th block of the day. And then I keep the library open during my lunch times. If someone happens to come in to relieve me to lunch, I get a lunch. I sit at my desk and eat while I talk to the students. So, and then I stay open after school for the students who need. Our other high school teachers, they teach 3 blocks a day, which are an hour and a half long, block of hour and a half to plan. So my situation is different from their situation. The majority of my time is spent with students, and therefore most of my planning is done outside.
Question, because money seems. If I ask you. How about year round school? We could pay more money.
Cycle through school and then
1, then a 2-week break, and then it's on. So that was it's like when I left, it was kind of going back to what it used to be. So I'm not sure where it is.
Do the, yeah, I'm just trying to figure out because the kids are behind. We want to get them spending more time. Very, it's different.
It's assigning. So it's not necessarily school. It's people. So school. Instruction. Hard to say. But with the working. Comment on it.
We start July 26th and we go until May 21st. So, with summer camp. Summer camp at July 2nd. So we've had from July 2nd to, so I can see positives as far as, like you say, catching up gaps. I can see those positives. I can see positives of our students are in a safe environment, they're fed, and a lot of our students lack that when we're not in school session. I also see, on the other hand, teacher burnout. I see not the time to train. I spend a lot of my summer in training. So where I learned the techniques that make me a better teacher for the school year. So I see the pros, I see the cons, as far as I do see the benefits of, like I said, having students in a safe environment, catching up on gaps, which I do believe our summer camps were a good way to be effective with that. But I also see the burnout and the lack of training that teachers would be able to get during that short period of time that school is not in session. Because we do spend a lot of that summer in training.
Summer school. That could be either enrichment.
Personally, I think with the summer school, that could be more effective, in my personal opinion. I think that a lot of times summer school has become putting our students in a computer lab, putting them on a program that they are working through to catch up on those credits. My personal opinion is, again, as we look at data, I need to be, if my student is in summer school, whoever is in charge of the summer school needs to be looking at that data, and they need to be intentionally working with that student on where their gaps are. You're just continuing to pull bricks out of their wall if you're just making them to come to spend time to make up for credit. And unfortunately, I feel that's what a lot of times summer school is. If you spend the time, you get the credit. if you're going to implement more effective summer school, it has to be your more effective teachers, your more effective training, and looking in particular at those students. Where are your gaps? I'm going to fill in those gaps. I talked to a teacher yesterday who did our summer camp, and she said that's what she did. She looked at the curriculum she was given, and she also pulled in because she knew her students needed the phonetics. They didn't need to know as much about the human body system as they did their phonetic skills to build up the reading gaps that they were missing. So yes, if it's effective, but it has to be more effective to catch up those gaps and to stop pulling bricks out of our kids.
Couple of follow-ups. Kathy. So, Kat, when we're talking about time that you spent, reference based, class 8, but how much of your day is spent really with students? Talk about your planning. So, during planning, that's still working with kids.
Yes.
It is. So your day, your probably after school, much time are you spend?
Lot. It depends. It really kind of waxes and wanes a little bit. And I would say some over the course of the week, probably maybe 8 to 10 hours or weekends. It just, and it looks at, as we all have family as well, so kind of look at our schedule for the week and find the holes and I'll bring things to my kids' practices and all background at the same time. So, yes.
But there's a lot more that goes into instruction than just basic things, because you're looking at never off the clock.
Never.
Never off the clock. But like, I know, you have classes, but there's a lot more time.
And if you ask a language arts teacher, they're going to go even higher because the reading involved in those.
One thing that we talked a little bit with so you talked about everybody went to school, so everybody's used to getting A, B, C, D, or a 90. What school districts are really hesitant to move away from that, because that's what would it be forward thinking district to look at encouraging standards, moving away from, I'm not trying to lead you there, it's really a question. So we talked about the standards and moving the kids. So instead of getting that A and being below basic, I need to know that parts of speech. Is it time?
I've seen both. I haven't taught with standard-based grading, however. I do believe, though, in writing an assessment itself, classroom teacher, that if I have effective assessment that matches the standards, which is a skill set that we need our teachers to have, then our assessment should be able to accurately measure the standards that we're teaching. But oftentimes, what teachers want to see is that sometimes teachers will use the bank that's provided with their textbook, which are not necessarily the best questions. And the best assessments come from the teacher sitting down and looking at what did I want students to know and understand and be able to do and form and my transfer goals. And then I need to have set questions aligned to each other. When that's in place, I think it's a bit easier to measure, have I met the standard? I've also seen some challenges with standard-based grading, and that the school that I know of that did that had some communication issues. So parents are seeing at the beginning of the year, their students are not mastered, which they wouldn't be at the start, but that whole communication piece got a little bumpy. Understandable, they thought their kids were doing well, their work standard, but it was looking like they weren't doing very well.
Well, I've mentioned a variety of things that are about, as individuals, about working multiple jobs, always being connected with the students, having a planning time after school, et cetera, et cetera. How do you take care of your well-being, like making sure that you're doing okay? And how does your school support that? Or how do you suggest schools?
This year was truly good. This was, I call to see. It's because I can't turn it on. And with boss, we were going for an adoption. And my husband is a physician. So he wrote his numbers down and then I wrote myself. And my daughter looked at it. She said, where? She said, you work 24 hours just like that. Your phone rings all the time. You work all the time and that is what you make? She said, there's no way I would do that. So when I came down, I was with a teacher and I was on the elevator and are you at school? No, I am at Dixon. And so it doesn't stop. So my director did tell us this year, you have to. So my day technically is 7 o'clock to 4 o'clock. So I get to school between 6:30, 7 o'clock, and I leave at 6 o'clock. So I got off at 4. I leave at 6 o'clock. Then I'm going to pick up my kids from sport we're doing. We go to a game. After I get home in bed about 11, that's when I do what I need. So many days I was working from 11:30. I go to sleep for a couple of hours and get up. And it was a struggle. So for the pandemic, a couple of times a year, Jamaica is my habit. I would just go to Jamaica and it would maybe only. So I didn't get to do that during the pandemic, but that is one thing I traveled. I didn't take a school. Nothing. And I did nothing at all. So that and my director said, I actually called him and he said, why are you calling me? So I really tried to make sure that I just do that. But it is, and I personally check in with staff to make sure that they are, if I have a conversation with several teachers that I have never mentioned, they said I am not. And so it was, we were able to let down walls and talk about how it's okay to not. So just supporting each other, staff, looking at them, seeing if they're okay, making sure that I'm checking in with them. It's okay if we need to take a day. So just really sure that we are checking on.
I agree with what she said, that it's hard to turn it off. We do not have anything specific in place in our school to help support our well-being. We have a great school district who encourages each other. A group of teachers who have each other's back, and that is probably our biggest support system. As far as how do I take care of myself, again, I probably put myself on the back burner. I try to wedge time in my day to exercise. My husband, he gauges my day on the size of the spoon I have with the ice cream truck. And he knows when the tablespoon is out, he's like, guys, leave me alone. Back away. So that's how they gauge it at my house, is to when to walk away. Spoon. But as far as anything that's implemented for our well-being, I can't identify in particular in our school other than little things go so far with us. Like when our principal comes in and says, I have Chick-fil-A in the office for you for lunch, you would think we were given a lottery prize. I mean, it is the most exciting thing to have just the little things that take stress off of our day. When someone comes in and says, I'm going to watch your class for 30 minutes so that you can go eat with talking and knocking on your, those things make a huge difference for us. But it's when I do have a day off and I go down and I see people, you know, how did that happen? That's it. That those kinds of things are treatment. So as far as anything in place to help us, we don't have that other than we take care of each other.
We take care of each other. Okay. And I would say from effective leadership, effective principals that work who are in classrooms and outside their office, and they are pulled in so many directions that they have to be doing. So I can understand that, but those that just pop in for a few minutes show that they care what I'm doing. They know what's going on in my classroom. And that, as a teacher, makes me feel better about my instruction. And they can speak to it on any day. They're in there so free. And they're taking.
Well, thank you, ladies, very, very much. We very much appreciate the input and the direct and obviously very transparent information provided to us. It's been very helpful. We appreciate you being here. We went about 15 minutes over. But again, thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
We're on a break. We have a 15-minute break. Jared Bingham's going to be joining us virtually at 11 o'clock. So please make sure you're back here at that time.
Just be next door for a little bit. Dr. Patsy. We have our formal review big meeting is this afternoon. Our last pre-meeting. What's that? Oh, yeah, everything's moved downstream. Well, so how would you explain this? So, before any changes are made to the outcome space funding, before any changes are implemented regarding the outcome space formula, the changes will be presented to the two education committees and provided recommendations. Would you say, the proper interpretation is, oh, we'll just send an email to the chairs
Yeah. Jared, I'm officially saying hi to you and people hear you now. Oh, no, we can't hear you. Hold on.
Sorry, that was my fault.
No worries, we can hear you now. Thank you very much for joining us today. We have a great group of 8 people in here, 9 people. Commission members of the Education Recovery and Innovation Commission, and we are focused on about future vision for public education across Tennessee. We've had a lot of questions about how the business community is engaged. We've heard that there's some pockets of success across the state, and we're really are going to open this up to questions from the commissioners to pepper you with questions about some of the business engagement on the education front and developing workforce. We'd love to hear from you before we get started, a little bit about your background and what you're doing with the chamber.
Sure. Good morning, everyone. I apologize I couldn't be there in person. I was originally planning on it, and then some family issues came up, but I'm happy we've learned how to navigate virtual conferences so that we still have the opportunity to connect. I'll give you the 30-second overview of my background. I'm a former teacher, principal, district office, worked at Tennessee SCORE for 3 years in policy and advocacy, worked in Chattanooga, helping start an organization called Chattanooga 2.0 that focused on collective impact with ultimately workforce development goals at the end. And then for the past little over 2 years, about 2.5 years, I've been working at the Tennessee Chamber as the Senior Advisor on Workforce and Rural Initiatives. And then I moonlight as the Chairman of the Tennessee Rural Ed Executive Board, and I'm on the National Rural Ed Policy Committee. And probably one of my proudest achievements is that I've been serving on the Chattanooga Urban League Board for 3 years now. So that's the quick background on me. My daddy says I can't hold a job. That's why my resume is so long. So is there anyone else that'll be presenting with me, or how do you want me to do this?
Well, we are going to ask the commissioners to use their microphones. I don't think that you'll be able to hear us unless we're using a microphone. So I'll open it up to commissioners to ask questions.
Okay. Also, I've got a few statistics that I would like to share as well. It's some data our friends at SCORE help provide to frame this conversation. So I just want to give 2 or 3 data points that I think help contextualize some of the challenges and opportunities that we've got ahead of us. So at the start of the 2021 school year, approximately 1/3 of Tennessee students lacked access to a device or internet to engage in remote learning. And this isn't just isolated to K-12 students. We're also talking about post-secondary students that needed to access online learning when the shutdown hit, and the ability to continue with their program or their or maybe an industry credential that they were working on. So connectivity is a big issue in our urban core and in our rural districts. And actually in 19 counties, one of the biggest factors that educators reported out on was the lack of adequate connectivity for their students. Over 75% of educators responded this was a big challenge for them in these 19 counties, which were mostly our distressed counties. Again, this isn't relegated to just K-12 learning, but we need to keep in mind our post-secondary programs are starting to rely more heavily on online instruction. In Black and Hispanic students, they disproportionately did not have in-person learning in the past year. Their options were limited, or they did not choose this option out of safety, especially if it was in a family with undocumented family members. In the spring, economically disadvantaged students were more likely to be primarily assigned a review previously taught material only curriculum versus being exposed to new curriculum that would help them stay on grade level and get to the next grade level in proficiency they need to be on. And then probably one of the most alarming statistics to me that I'll end on is that first-time full-time freshman enrollment was down 19% in our Tennessee community colleges across the state for the fall of 2020. So I want to say that again, almost 20% of first-time full-time freshman enrollment was down this past fall, primarily as a result of the pandemic. So we've got some, definitely got some challenges, but I think we've got some good opportunities as well ahead of us. So I will happy to answer any questions that I can. Did I just blow everybody's minds? And
Could you talk with us a little about industry? Could you talk with us a little bit about industry that comes from the state, perspectives of our talent?
I'm sorry if you could repeat that one more time. I'm having a hard time hearing you.
Industry comes to the state. What are they saying about it?
Hey, Jared.
Yeah, I can hear you fine. I just couldn't hear the gentleman that was speaking.
The question is, when companies are being recruited to Tennessee, are they commenting about finding the right talent to come into their workplace?
Oh yeah, there's definitely an issue there. I don't want to say that we sell companies a bag of goods when we recruit them, because that's definitely not the case. But I do think that we need to be more intentional based on the feedback that I'm hearing from companies, new companies to the state, that in helping them identify those talent pipelines and aligning those locally to meet their needs. The talent's there. We definitely, we've got bright students, we've got great educators, but I think we could do a better job of helping those companies align those talent pipelines after they get here. We do a great job of selling Tennessee. I mean, Tennessee sells itself, honestly, with our tax rates, et cetera, but the job is not done once they get here. So I know one company in particular in West Tennessee was hiring about 1,600 new employees. This was starting in 2019, right before the pandemic. And it wasn't that the talent pool wasn't there. There just wasn't an alignment for them to even get the entry level workers they needed, but especially the trained workforce they needed. For example, one of the positions was industrial maintenance, which is a huge field across the state, that huge sector that is in high demand. And when I was talking to their HR person, they said, before we even open our doors, I need 100 industrial maintenance folks today. Like we need those folks. And but just based on the current graduation rates out of that program within the local TBR systems, even if they doubled the numbers, they couldn't meet the needs of that company alone, much less all the other advanced manufacturing organizations in that community. So, we just sat down, rolled up our sleeves, and figured out how to partner with the local school district to offer more dual enrollment programs, partner with the TBR institutions, TCATs, and the community colleges in that area. And we got it figured out eventually with also this company doing some in-house training that we help, brainstorm through. But I think it's not that the talent's not there. We just need to do a better job of helping companies align those pathways after they get here. I feel like that's a part of our job as state leaders, not just to recruit them and start building, but we got to help them with their talent needs as well.
Jared, this is Joey Vaughn. So question for you, as we're looking at innovations going into the future of what education in Tennessee looks like, you've been in education. What would be your top 3 things that we could do that would change education, that would help the businesses coming in and better prepare our kids?
I can tell you number one, and I've been beating this drum for almost a decade now, definitely since the implementation of Tennessee Promise. We lead the country in post-secondary access once students graduate high school. We've got free TCAT, we've got free community colleges, and now students can access UT Promise if they want to get a free opportunity within a 4-year university. So we do a great job once kids graduate. What we could do much better at is offering access to programming while they're in high school, dual enrollment programs and credentialing programs before they graduate. If you think about when a student graduates, there are far less wraparound support and folks to help students navigate a post-secondary credential once they walk across that high school stage. When they're in high school, you've got just a team of people that are helping students navigate their program. And so if we can offer them post-secondary credentials while they're in high school, then I think that is a game changer for our state. Currently, we just upped the number of credits that a dual enrollment credits a student can access to 4. Well, that doesn't get you anywhere close to a TCAT credential or an associate's degree. It just barely gets you down the road in that program. And after those 4 credits, students will have to start paying for those courses after that. Well, most students, the ones that need access to those programs the most, can't afford that. So I've been begging for 5 or 6 years now for us to drop Tennessee Promise down to the high school level so students can start accessing those dollars earlier. And in a lot of cases, they could finish a TCAT credential, let's say the industrial maintenance, for example, and go right into the workforce after they graduate high school and make a really good living wage. And that's my goal. I tell people I can get kids jobs all day long, but our goal is to get students access to a living wage career, get incumbent workers access to a living wage career. So actually, I would say that would almost take up my top 3. That alone would be such a game changer in our state. If students could take as many post-secondary courses as possible, and in a lot of cases complete an industry credential or a TCAT, a technical certification, to go straight into the workforce. I know our employers, that would be just a godsend for a lot of them, but also those at-risk students that need those supports while they're in high school to get them that credential, that would be huge. So that's definitely my number one. I think number 2, we need to do a better job of businesses getting more involved in these talent pathways, getting them engaged. I know Warren County, for example, Bobby Cox used to be superintendent out there. I visited him a couple of years ago. He's retired now, but some of the manufacturers in that school district give to it's almost like a scholarship fund for local students that if that it's overseen by the local chamber. If students want to complete that credential in high school and pay for those additional dual enrollment courses, this scholarship opportunity allows them to do that, and then they can go to work in that local community. And so I think business engagement, I'm not necessarily saying that business has to pay for all the training, but I do think that, for a lot of years, the business community has had a free ride in our state. Just, we pay for all the training K-12, they're getting the post-secondary. I do think there needs to be more engagement on the industry side, just being at the table, number one, and giving input. But number 2, give some equipment for training purposes, give a staff member so often to come in and help with the training, or allow students to come in a work-based learning model. There's several companies pre-pandemic. We're having to get back to this strategy, but pre-pandemic, had companies like Valmont in Marion County. They make industrial light poles. That school district buses students over there in the morning, high school students that'll weld for 4 hours, making $14 an hour, and with certified instructors from within Valmont that oversee them. And then at lunch, they bring some more and pick up those students. And it's a true work-based model where they also, Chattanooga State overlaid an apprenticeship program on that. And I mean, that's huge for a company to be willing to open its doors to a 16, 17-year-old student to come in and actually work. It benefits the student, benefits the company, but it shows that industry is willing to be more engaged. So that's my number two, is just industry engagement and being at the table and opening their doors. Number three, I would say that doing a better job of career awareness. And that's one thing that we have tried to do at the chamber. We've got a program called Tennessee CAPS, that's Career Awareness Preparation System. And a lot of times students just don't know what they don't know. They don't even know the careers that were within commuting distance of their community, especially in a rural community. So doing a better job of showing students, here's the jobs within the careers within commuting distance, and exposing them earlier to that. So within this model we have in K6, it's really about exposing students to careers, awareness of what careers are in their community. Then middle school, it's more exploration, like a deep dive in something they might be interested in. And then high school, it's about attainment. Okay, you're very interested in this. Let's start helping you work towards either some courses or a credential within that career path. And we're doing a better job of that as a state. I know Governor Lee is the one that out of his budget, he supports the CAPS program. But we just got to, instead of it being something extra we do, this needs to be something that's embedded in our curriculums across the state, because we can't wait till we're juniors and seniors in high school anymore. I know that's when I was in high school, and my daddy was my principal, and I still didn't even start thinking about a career till after I took the ASVAB test and my junior year. So we got to start earlier with that and let students know the jobs that are within commuting distance of them, especially in rural communities.
Jared, this is Yolanda. I am giving you a virtual high five on everything you just said. There we go. My question to you would be, if we were all looking to make that decision to make everything that you said just happen, what would be our biggest connection between secondary, post-secondary, and industry on ensuring that with our high school students, aligning those programs that are significant by region or by service area? Who would we need to contact to make sure we put those programs in action? Just like you said, if you had that industry that needed industrial maintenance technicians, they needed 100. What would you recommend would be our first touch to make sure that that happens in a timely manner?
I'll tell you I mean, my 9 to 5 that's my role. Of course, I'm just one person in the state, but I know that TBR also, Chancellor Tiding, she has a passion for this, to make sure that the programs we create actually align to what industry needs. And I can speak as an educator, we're the world's worst of creating a program that is either a certificate program or a post-secondary credential of some type. And then we go to industry and say, hey, look at this awesome program we created. What do you think? Versus industry being at the table and giving input on their needs first, and then the programs reflect those needs. So the way to do it in a timely manner, I tell you my model, and I know it was successful in Chattanooga thanks to a lot of partners there, not myself, but bring industry to the table first and ask them, let's identify your specific needs, either by sector or if it's a rural community, you know, whatever the main manufacturers or IT or whatever it is in that community. Find out those needs, then go to K-12 and post-secondary, pull them together and say, here's the needs. What do you have now in place that can aligns to, or what do we need to modify, our resources we need to make this happen? Once that strategy session takes place, then bring all three entities together. That's the most expeditious way for that process to happen, and to have the decision makers at the table. I can't emphasize that enough. So whether it's TBR convening this group or and I'm sorry, Tennessee Board of Regents, for those of you that don't know, TBR, our TBR schools are our TCATs and our community colleges. So whether I'm convening this group or you get someone from TBR or the workforce board, regional workforce board, the best way, the quickest way, convene industry first, K-12 and post-secondary, then all three, then create the programs that are going to meet those needs. That's really the only way to do it in a way that's in a timely manner, and have the decision makers at the table. So what we are also the world's worst about, if there's a convening of some kind or a strategy session, and I hate to put it like this, but a mid-level person is the one that's sent to attend that meeting. And they're supposed to go then report back to the decision makers at that company or the decision makers at the post-secondary institution or the school district and say, okay, here's what they said. What do you think? Then they got to go back and take that input. That is the slowest way possible to get anything done. If a company is really interested in this, they either send their CEO or CFO or whoever can make a decision about sweat equity and money. That shows that they're interested and they are a coalition of the willing. And so the areas that I've seen this work the best, whether it's Chattanooga or some programs in Memphis, programs up in Kingsport, is that the decision makers come, the CEOs of those companies come. For example, in Chattanooga, when we convene people to create programs, Chancellor Angle, Dr. Angle of UTC, he would attend. At that time, Chancellor Tiding was president of Chattanooga State. She would attend. The CEOs or VPs that were in charge of something of the companies would attend these meetings so that we could say, okay, here's the program. Can you give resources to it? Can you dedicate a person to this without having to keep carrying tails back and forth? So, one, convene industry first for input. Two, have the decision makers at the table all the time. Did that answer your question? And I'm happy to go if any, you know, that's my job. So if there's a community that wants me to come in and help them, and the chamber, we're going to roll out a workforce strategy in the next couple of months that we're going to announce. Actually in September we have our workforce conference. So a lot of what you're talking about, these questions, we're hoping to address at that conference and in our strategy. But I'm happy to come to whatever community, and I know the TBR system is as well.
Well, thank you so much. That is definitely how our models have been working. I just wanted to make sure that throughout the state, that is the same model we've been using, and it sounds like it has been the same model. In an overarching sense, you know, we can definitely get better and continue to grow, but working directly with the chamber, TBR, tying all of our partners together, but putting industry first is a perfect model for success.
Yeah, and I'll say the successful models across the state are doing it this way. You don't really hear about the ones that are unsuccessful because they just dissipate. You know, they don't. It's again, it has to be a coalition of the willing, and the coalition of the willing is made up of the decision makers. You don't convene just to convene. That's what ends up happening a lot of times. Is it's okay, we've got this workforce problem. Let's all get together and meet and talk about it. Well, some people are drugged by the hair of their head to that meeting, and you know they're not really engaged. So that coalition of the willing, as you're talking about, is key.
Jared. This is Tara. Going back to work-based learning, what more can be done from a state perspective to incentivize or encourage businesses to create work-based learning opportunities for students?
Yeah, it's a great question, and I feel like, as with a lot of things, the pandemic really killed some momentum in that space. In some headway we were making. We had some great examples across the state of companies really opening their doors to allow younger students in. And that's one of the number one, we have to dispel the misconception that you have to be 18 to work in a company or to do an apprenticeship or work-based learning. That's not the case. You can hire as low as 16 years of age working in advanced manufacturing, working on the floor. You've got Vocker in Chattanooga that's been doing that for a few years now. That Chattanooga 2.0 helped facilitate that program where they've got about 40 students on site all day that half of them are working on the floor, half of them are in a virtual classroom, and they swap so that Vocker and some of these other companies are using this model. They're getting an 8-hour shift covered by 2 part-time shifts. So they're saving money in benefits and some of these other things. And every company I've worked with on work-based learning says by and large their high school students outperform their adult workers, especially when it's in entry-level production jobs. So you've got Vocker in Chattanooga that has shown you can hire down to 16. You got Valmont, Marion County, out in Jackson, Madison. You got the Loop program, LOOP, Local Opportunities, something. That Delta Faucet, Stanley Black and Decker, Toyota. There's 4 or 5 companies out there that have opened their doors to students. So I think, and I guess I'm going to answer your question in a roundabout way, but I want to show you that there are examples out there for big companies that are doing this. So number one, it's getting the word out more and showing these examples of practice. Number two, Commissioner McCord, Jeff McCord, who's our mutual friend, Tara, he hired 2 full-time folks out of the Department of Labor to help facilitate apprenticeship programs and work-based learning programs for companies, just as to help with awareness, if nothing else, to let them know you can hire high school students in. They can come in and work in your company. Let us show you how you navigate that process and if you need any on-site help. So right before the pandemic, he had hired these folks that that's what they wake up every day doing. We haven't had that resource in our state before. So that's just leveraging that resource is something else we can do. And me personally, I think we've just got to talk about it more at the state level and our state leaders and give those practical, concrete examples. I mean, we can talk about apprenticeship programs all day. We want to expand this, but if we don't really make it tangible for companies and show how you can put a junior in high school working 4 hours a day in your company and how it can benefit you, not just in your bottom line, but in your human capital strategy. That's the key also. So awareness, leveraging those state resources, and giving practical examples.
A follow-up question to that in regards to older students that might be taking advantage of Tennessee Reconnect and apprenticeship programs. I know the 2 people that you mentioned that are working for Jeff might be in this tie here, but I'm thinking about what's happening in other states where people are trying to make some sort of career transition, however that transition might be coming to life, but being able to not only go to school, but also work at the same time. Is that part of that plan? Do you know?
I don't know if it's part of the plan, but it's definitely should be. I haven't heard anyone talking about that, but we're right now at the cusp of some of these conversations where we're starting to push our potential workforce back into that space. I mean, before, when a person could sit at home and make more money than working in advanced manufacturing, there wasn't a lot of incentive to go get more training to access some of these jobs. So I think the key there is going to be flexibility of the employer and their willingness to either help facilitate that learning on site, like a great example is Tyson Chicken out in Gibson County. They've opened up a new plant and they're doing a lot of their training in-house, and they're allowing that flexibility of employees to work on a credential while they're working as well. So the employer flexibility, but also a big part of that conversation is childcare. And we tend to silo that conversation, but it's a big challenge for an adult that has kids to not only go to work to begin with, but go to work and get training at the same time. So we've got to get more proactive in our childcare strategies as a state from a workforce development standpoint. And I know there's a couple companies that are looking at in-house childcare, with Tyson being one of them. If you want a good model of a company that's really trying to get outside the box and be innovative with their human capital strategy, Tyson Chicken, that new plant in Gibson County, is really doing some innovative things, and one of those is offering childcare for their employees. So I think flexibility of the companies, Tara, and also addressing childcare is a big part of that conversation.
Thank you. I don't want to hog the mic. Any questions? So I have one more question I thought of so far. Dr. Bill Fox came and spoke with us at our last meeting, and he talked about the massive need in workforce for anything to do with technology. I think we're seeing that certainly at an international level, certainly at a statewide level too. Some of our conversations have been about what does that mean in the lower grades, elementary, middle, and high school. I'd love to hear your perspective on what sort of skills, workforce-based skills, do you see that are most needed across the state?
In technology sector specifically?
No, just in general.
Or just in general? Well, I will say IT is one of our fastest growing sectors, and exposing students to some of those skills earlier is vastly important, whether it's just if they're going to a career in IT or really any career. I mean, is when I was in school, my daddy told me I need to take typing, and this was on an IBM typewriter. I need to take typing class. I'm like, Daddy, why in the world? I was 15. I wanted to do PE or something, but again, he was my principal and he forced me into that. And when I got in there and I was one boy and 23 girls, I was loving it. But that at the time, I didn't realize what an important skill typing would be. And now, I mean, all of us are using computers and emailing, and I just can't imagine not having that skill set. I think technology in the ability to navigate like video conferencing, the ability to navigate software programs, the ability to do research as a student and as an adult within their job. I mean, there's a lot of jobs now. I hear this all the time where employees versus going to a manual to figure something out, they're either Googling it or looking on YouTube on how to do something within their specific job. So the tech skills that apply across the board, ability to research in a meaningful way and to sift through material is really important in K-12, post-secondary, and in the workforce. The ability to be able to navigate software programs, whether that's Microsoft Office. You know, we used to teach a course in Microsoft Office that, you know, a lot of students looked like it was hieroglyphics when I was in school because it was so new. Now it's just embedded in everything we do using Word, PowerPoint, Excel, all these things. So the ability to navigate those well is important. And then I think the ability to navigate on and off ramps in post-secondary, and our friend Drew Kim, he talks about this all the time, that we tend to treat post-secondary as a dead end. Once you get a credential, you're done. But we need to keep students and our adult workers on these this road to have these on and off ramps in credentialing so they can continue to upskill. And that really is a skill in itself, the ability to keep working and navigate ongoing training. And we don't really talk about that in high school or even post-secondary. And I think that needs to be something that's ingrained in our students, that you need to have that ability to continue to improve yourself so that your career can advance. But I mean, I could spend this whole time talking about the IT sector and what a gap we have right there right now in technology in itself as a sector, much less those inherent skills students need to graduate with or our workforce needs to have.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. I appreciate the time today, Jerry. One last question for you. We're looking out over, 10 years, so time horizon. You mentioned 3 things earlier that you feel like would be really impactful. Improving the career awareness, getting more businesses engaged in the dual enrollment, and changing of Tennessee Promise funding model to support those in high school. I think some of those are a bit of immediate opportunities. When you think 10 years down the road, looking into your crystal ball, is there anything that you think the state could be doing better to modernize public education, kindergarten through to career?
There's 2 things, and one of them isn't something we can do, but it's something we need to be cognizant of. So let me start with that. In roughly a decade, the adult workers that are in advanced manufacturing or IT roles, and this applies to a few other sectors, but specifically to manufacturing and IT, the entry-level workers that are in those jobs in Tennessee right now, in a decade, a lot of those jobs are not going to exist anymore because of AI and advances in technology. At that same time, these adult workers, students, will be college age. So at the time their jobs will be eliminated due to advances in technology and they will need more training, their children are going to be entering post-secondary at the same time. So we need to start preparing for that now. And going back to what I was saying about upskilling and those on and off ramps, we need to start thinking about that now versus in 8 years, oh crap, we're going to have a third of our workforce that's out of work because of AI. We need to think about that now in that upskilling piece. So that's not so much a solution. It's something we need to frame that with. I think something we can be thinking about kindergarten through 12, and I'm going to cheat a little bit and say it's actually kindergarten readiness. So to me, workforce development doesn't start in high school. We tend to make it a high school thing. And if, on a really good day, we'll talk about it in middle school, but the workforce continuum is really a K-16 or K-14 issue. And we end up triaging in high school or triaging in middle school with students that aren't on grade level or they don't have the college and career ready skill set when they graduate to be successful in post-secondary. And we're in this constant cycle of catch up in our state, like a lot of other states. We've got roughly 30-something% of our 3rd graders that are on grade level in literacy. So they're reading at grade level when they leave 3rd grade. Well, and then you look at middle school, roughly 30-something% of our students are proficient in literacy and math on our state assessments, and that 30% carries through in a lot of data points until ultimately about 30% of our high school graduates obtain a post-secondary credential within a 6-year window of graduating high school. So that if we look at that statistic, it doesn't start in 3rd grade. It doesn't magically all of a sudden 70% of our students aren't reading at grade level. It starts when they enter school. And so our students are not coming to kindergarten prepared to learn. They're not on the even footing that they need to be able to absorb the learning they need. We have students, a lot of people don't believe me when I say this, but we got students that go into kindergarten that don't know their shapes, they don't know colors, they don't know the ABC song. And I would say for most of the people in this room that probably grew up in a household that where either you were read to as a young child or education was valued, or, you know, your parents just had a lemmy brush after you to make sure you did well in school. Not all students have that. Matter of fact, probably over half our students don't have those support systems. So they're coming into kindergarten already behind. So for me, people don't like to hear this because it's a long-term game, but workforce development to me starts in kindergarten and our kindergarten readiness. And so as a state, I feel like if we truly want to impact 10 years down the road, it starts with a generation of students that are about to enter school. And in the next few years, we need to do a better job preparing them. And so that means a serious conversation about pre-K and Head Start and early childhood learning across our state and those opportunities, especially in rural areas. I'll tell you right now, where I live in East Polk County, and we had to drive our kids over an hour to get to a pre-K program when they were 3, and then when they were 4, they weren't eligible to get. There were only 20 slots in our local elementary schools. We had to drive them again an hour, and a lot of rural communities face that. So I tell people when I was in Chattanooga, I said, you know, we can do some short-term goals, but ultimately, if you want to impact workforce, you got to tighten your belt up and have the intestinal fortitude to have an 18-year plan where you're supporting students from the children from the time they're born, especially in low-income families. You've got resources available until they get some kind of post-secondary credential. So if we really want to look towards 10 years, it's not about a high school program. It's doing a better job with our kindergarten readiness, in my opinion.
Great. Thank you so much, Jared. I very much appreciate you being here today, and hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Yeah, and somebody there's got maybe you got my email, so if I can help any of y'all and you know further down the road, or if you want me to come to your community, I'm very happy to do that. So just shoot me an email. I appreciate y'all having me.
Actually, since you offered, would you mind sending us the information about the Chamber's CAPS program?
Absolutely. I'll put it in the chat. Would that be good if I put it in the chat?
No.
No. I can take it's pretty easy. It's tncaps.org. tncaps.org.
So much. I very much appreciate your time today.
No problem. Have a good one.
CAPS.
Okay, so we are 15 minutes early for lunch. Wait, let's just celebrate that one longer. I don't know whether lunch is out or not. We can certainly go check, or we can have Jennifer direct us on what we think.
I was gonna suggest that we pull up the stakeholder engagement piece we were gonna do this afternoon.
Okay.
We can do that now.
Let's do it.
Go to lunch on time.
Cool. Time in the afternoon.
Yeah.
That's great.
Lunch won't be out till noon.
So we just want to spend a few minutes talking about how we might be able to broaden input into this process. And kind of your rituals and commissioners. So obviously we have a lot of ideas on As you've seen through the conversations with our teacher panel here, we're still learning. And there are voices that aren't at this table whose perspective isn't to this process. So really what we would encourage you to do to leverage your own networks to gather those additional perspectives, pressure test some of these ideas, ask all the questions you want to ask. With the goal of really assessing support for the ideas and avoiding pitfalls. So what we don't want to do is recommend something that has to think about or because we didn't ask the question. So what we would encourage you to do is, certainly access your own networks, but think broadly, seek different perspectives. Who might disagree? Ask those folks. That's who we probably be the most interested in. Premise is who's going to push back on this. Any piece of the conversation. Consider perspectives that may not be in this room, and think about how you might connect. So, are there organizations in your community you can connect with that you who aren't city run, or other sort of avenues through your own personal networks? Outside expertise you can leverage, folks you can just chat with. Some of the stakeholder groups that we've talked about include students, parents, educators, employers. Like I would think about the folks who are most likely to be affected by anything that we run. It's kind of our primary goal there. I would encourage you to be deliberate and intentional. Have a plan, set a goal, have a small number of questions. You all are very skilled at grappling with 71. So ask the questions you're most interested in and the things you think are the most important. I would encourage you to take notes or schedule a call with us so that we can capture what you share it back, so that everybody can get the benefit of the conversations that you're all having. So all know different people, you all have access to groups. So one of the great benefits of the conversation. So that kind of really broadens the tent. I would also tell you to remember that everything we're doing is correct, and you should talk about it that way. This is a work in progress. We're seeking input. We're seeking feedback. This is not a baked cake. So we're really this is a learning process for us, and I was bringing. I did want to pick on Joe, because I know through our conversations with already been with folks. Just wanted to share a little bit.
It really has to do that. Really, I have a little. It's because it's a lot, but I'm really hesitant because I'm not sure how much we are supposed to share. So when I look at this, I'm excited about it. What I would like to see, if it's possible, I would like for us to all have some common. Okay, here are 15 priorities. What are your thoughts on these? Rather than, I'm going to take slate may take a different approach. So I really think if we could get almost a Google Doc, all that we can share, because the longer we've been doing it, the more receptive people that I think we understand what the purpose is. So,
But the problem with the Google Doc is that as soon as you add something to it, all of it is public record and becomes deliberation, but not in a public forum and broken law. And so it's very tough.
Put something together and pass it out, though it's not.
As long as it doesn't change, except in a forum that is recorded like this. So
Along the same lines, though, I would agree with Joey in regards to it would be super helpful we're not gonna go and meet with someone and say, here's our 71 recommendations.
Don't
But being able to compartmentalize these into higher level strategies so that it makes it easier for us to have a conversation. So with one person, you might talk with someone about ed prep, the next person might talk with someone about something else, but at least we're all working off the same base. So that we're not having a conversation where, Frank might be thinking this color is orange, and I'm saying actually it is purple, but somehow it's related. And so I think that would be really helpful to have those conversations before having these
We'll
conversations.
create problems.
Yeah.
Because we'd be talking to people. One person would be hearing something different than this person.
Yeah.
Remember the old classroom?
Telephone game, yes.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we're gonna spend the next couple of weeks, is pulling together all of the thinking, packaging it, taking all of the various recommendations that feel a little bit all over the place right now, and trying to organize them into some high-level talking points with some related sub-recommendations, and sharing that with you all, both so you each have a common piece of paper, a common document that you can talk about with other folks as you're doing some of the stakeholder engagement, and to get your feedback on it. That will not be the final version, it'll be a starting point. We'll talk about it over the next couple of weeks. We'll likely schedule additional one-on-ones with each of you. That'll be the focus probably of the August meeting, then doing a little bit more intensive revising of that, but that is absolutely part of what we're gonna be doing in the immediate near future.
So should we anticipate the next 3 weeks of that document being pretty solid when it comes to draft?
Yeah.
That we can start having this conversation even in advance of our
Yeah.
August 16th meeting? Sure, everyone's got it on the calendar. August 16th. It is a Monday.
Yes.
Where is it?
It'll be in Nashville.
It's the only thing I did.
It'll be in person. I don't know where.
Yeah, so we'll have that in the next 3-ish weeks, so you all have a couple of weeks before that August meeting to start talking about it with your various networks, bringing some notes to that August meeting, and we can use those notes and those conversations that you've been having to inform our visions, which we will do in person in a recorded format, not individual.
And then as a follow-up to that, Doris and I were talking this morning, and talking with Mark last night about, once we have gotten really kind of close to final, then going and having some other conversations with appropriate people in the legislature.
Yeah.
But then we also talked about inviting Brian Kelsey and Mark White and Jeff McCord to our August meeting. Jeff McCord being the Commissioner of Labor, Brian being the Senate Education Chair, and Mark, who we all met last night, the House Education Chair. Having them come and just share what they're thinking about focusing on for next session. And just learn a little bit more from them and maybe share some of our perspectives at that point. Or at least some of the things we've been talking about. Oh, I will. Good idea. We could also have a separate meeting with the governor, speaker, and the lieutenant governor.
Yeah, I would just say that as we do that, I mean, remember whatever they happen to be desired to focus on next year doesn't dictate what you all do. I mean, you're talking about it, the entire point of this commission being constructed the way it is. You all don't have to go through legislative confirmation. You're not going to be reappointed. You're not facing re-election. Is to allow you to propose things that those folks who are in those particular places wouldn't necessarily be coming out. So a perspective, but not the defining.
And making connections where appropriate.
Anything else about stakeholder engagement? Any thoughts? Get a billboard or anything? Planes that fly by, hot air balloons.
This is more on logistics. You had mentioned that the Health Science Center has actual location. Think that would work for our August 16th meeting?
Let me see if students are there, because we're still separating.
Okay.
Check on it.
Where should we go? No, where should we go? I'm easy. I don't know.
We did Tennessee Tower last time, but as you know, we had to give you all tickets, and, you know, that was the craziest thing ever, so.
Were you able to take care of those?
Oh, yeah. They never should have.
Yeah, we think so.
If not, they're still in my car. But that was, and for the record, what had happened was the president at TSU had invited you all to park there, but that didn't get communicated to the police officer on. So that's how you all got this, none of those tickets were entered.
Kids will be in school though. Okay, so we have options. And what other options should we share? It doesn't have to be Nashville. All right, y'all, let's, go grab some lunch. And then we will, reconvene at 12:30. We are adjourned. Perfect. Oh, Harold's not.
No, you don't.
Yes.
Are we still recording?
Yes. What we want to do there potentially related to salaries, potentially related to adjusting the entry requirements for educator prep programs. We then want to revisit, if you remember yesterday, we started out with the color coding. We had already coded some green and some red, and we kind of put those off to the side for our purposes yesterday. We want to revisit those to make sure that we're comfortable with the green and the red as we had originally put them. We can change them if not. There's only a handful, I think it's less than 10, so it will not be another 4-hour conversation, I promise. We don't have 4 hours anyway, so we'll definitely not be 4 hours. And then we just want to make sure, we've been taking notes, of course, throughout the day, yesterday and today, on places where there are still open questions, potentially some new ideas that have surfaced. So we want to put that list in front of all of you to make sure we capture everything in terms of our next steps to get you the information you need over the next couple of months. So that's what we'll try to get through in the next 90 minutes. From there, we'll turn it back over to Tara and we'll do some formal voting on the policies that we've kind of turned green over the last day or so. Sound good? All right. So starting with the recommendations related to online schools. So during our conversation yesterday, there was some beginning kind of emerging consensus around having a thematic recommendation that allowed for flexible delivery models with a few more specific kind of sub recommendations. So that's what's up here in front of you right now. That bold line, create flexible, high quality options for instructional delivery, meant to be the kind of thematic high level recommendation. And then I'll read through each of these bullet points and then we'll kind of have a conversation about what makes sense, what doesn't make sense, if there are things we want to tweak, take off the list, add to it. So first, continue to hold online schools that receive public funding accountable through existing school accountability structures.
So those online schools that are operated by school districts, they're already accountable under the existing accountability structure. I just wanted to make sure that that continues. Incentivize educator preparation programs to incorporate best practices for online teaching into their programs and into the field experiences that teachers are having, so teachers are better prepared to teach in an online environment. The third bullet, provide ongoing professional development to educators to support them in developing and strengthening those online teaching skills, again, so that that preparation isn't just initially and then they never get it again, but they're kind of constantly getting some support. Fourth, ensure K-12 curricula are integrated for both in-person and online delivery to allow districts to switch between delivery modes as necessary, / slightly different way to phrase that, requiring that when districts purchase a curriculum, that it has an integrated technology-based capability. So again, if anything like the pandemic happens again, where schools need to be off or online, not in person, that it's a fairly smooth transition, smoother than the last time around, hopefully. Require that districts maintain infrastructure through devices, integrated technology platforms, and connectivity solutions to seamlessly transition modes of instruction. So again, making sure that districts are just kind of in an ongoing, have that ongoing capability, that they're keeping their devices up, that if they suddenly need to transition their students online for some reason, that it's a little bit more of a seamless, they have more of a seamless ability to do so. And then lastly, and this piece gets a little bit at what Lou was talking about yesterday, develop a process to determine where a student completes the majority of their high school credits. So is it one of those out-of-state online schools? Is it an LEA-operated virtual or brick-and-mortar school? To facilitate access to post-secondary programs like Tennessee Promise when possible. So that came from Lou's conversation yesterday. He was talking about how when kids go to like a K-12 or an online school that is not operated by a local district in Tennessee, that because they didn't graduate from a Tennessee high school, they're suddenly not eligible for Tennessee Promise and some of these other supportive programs secondary. So figuring out that like if a kid maybe went to freshman year and a semester of sophomore year, but then transition back, trying to figure out a way to, when possible, make them eligible for those programs. This is a straw man. So open for discussion. What do you like? What do you not like? What's missing?
Incentivize. I'm not sure. I think that should be an expectation. When I see incentivize, I'm thinking that I'm going to get something if I do it. That should be the expectation. So I wonder if people were.
What do you say? Maybe just, so just saying incorporate best incorporate best.
I'm not going to be able to change it on here because it's got it set up.
But it's, what else has been demonstrated in the last 2 years?
So we're okay with require?
So it starts with that incentivize, we'll start with educate.
Must incorporate.
I'm gonna be able to change it on the screen.
Yeah.
Yeah, that should be fun.
What else? Other thoughts?
That would be very. It's trying to make sense of it.
Supporting.
Maybe some free.
Start. So when we say we we're not going to get, we don't want to get down.
Right, no, and it, what we were aiming to do is, we got a little, I think, bogged down in confusion. We were talking about virtual schools and online schools and whether that was a specific conversation or conversation. So what we're trying to do is kind of pull some of the ideas yesterday into a different set.
This might be under somewhere in here. This probably is under system flexibility, capability, have some sort of annual test run of. It's like the hurricane.
Like an annual virtual result.
It is in the response section, but it's totally related to this.
These recommendations also.
Publicly. Public schools, not, it wouldn't apply to home.
When they graduate in Tennessee, they Tennessee graduate. Someone graduates from a K-12 online education, non-Tennessee graduate.
Or if it's one of them, that's Tennessee virtuals.
But if it's not a Tennessee virtual school, it's like a K-12 or Connections Academy that's not connected to one, they are not a Tennessee graduate.
That's correct. It is an out-of-state domicile or incorporated entity in there. See if I school.
So those kids are homeschooled also.
We could,
Yeah. So, you know, showing me stuff that's nothing you need. Big pot. I just think the school is a school, what, you know, back, definition of school. Seems like school, face-to-face to school. So these recommendations apply to those schools, maybe not. Spending all this emotion around online. School.
But I think the challenge. Yeah. Outside. So many different, this particular conversation, so many. And because you could go. You might not have school, it might not know Tennessee standards.
See, here's kind of what's happening. So there are vendors out there that are going to contact every public school. And if I will sign up with you, you're going to get my Tennessee dollars. The school system's going to get it. But that vendor is going to get $7,000 per kid. So it's still a school, but I think that's where the are trying to tone it down or tie it in a little bit because so many people are trying to get in.
I think also like a school is a school, and right now, like the couple of bullets around educator preparation programs, for the vast majority of them are teaching teachers to teach in person. And there is a difference when you're teaching online in terms of how to engage students, how to make sure that check for understanding, assess them, those kinds of things. And so there are differences between the two that I think, because online education is not new, it is new at the scale that we've seen it in the last year. And I think what we're trying to do is make sure that we are addressing those differences to ensure that if and as online schools become more and more prevalent, that they maintain a high level of quality in terms of who's teaching, the curriculum that they're using, and that the kids are getting the same level of education.
Strikes me as spending a lot of time versus trying to streamline the process. Faster, be quicker, be all the way. I like the distinctions of schools.
I understand Lynn's concern, because when I look at it, I just look at it as one form of instructional tool. It could be flipped classrooms, it could be face-to-face, it could be small groups, it could be large groups. So then it begs the question that he's asking, is why are we focusing on online? If the reason why we're focusing online is because of the pandemic, everybody went online. And for us,
not to mention it, might look like but online is just one form of instructional delivery.
But you would satisfy my concern if we look out 10, say, consider what action. All our schools, this is going to come closer together. Rather than trying to define how each one is considered.
I think the ways for us to look at this in a wordsmith it, based on this conversation. So why don't we- Those are good comments about this.
Standards. Is that what you were after?
How we spend our time, state's dollars, how we spend our students. And is this productive use of our time? She counts stuff out. So, what part of any total business is very. So,
Well, if we're going to do it, train techniques that are effective.
why does they meet the standards for that? It should be, what would be standards for online school? Food for thought, kind of question.
So I think there's two different charges in the law to us here. And what we're seeing in this conversation is a bit of a tension between the two. On the one hand, you all are given the ability to completely reimagine what K-through job looks like. On the other hand, the legislature also says, how are you going to handle this better next time? And I think this particular set of bullet points gets to the second, that is to say, we've got a bunch of teachers who never had any instruction on how to do this at all. Since it's probably going to happen whether ERIC ever existed or didn't exist, may as well say, let's make sure our teachers are prepared, because this is what happened when nobody said it would happen anyway. So why not be ready there? It's not that what you're saying about streamlining and getting rid of stuff isn't right on the money, especially on the innovation side. I think it's two different requests that we have in the charge of the legislation that created this.
Like Lynn's saying, I'm not sure that the State Department of Education isn't already doing all of this except for teacher prep parts.
They're not doing the teacher prep part, and I'll tell you that's going to be a great recommendation.
PD is ongoing, but a lot of the site process of already doing, it's like it's a regular school.
Yeah, and that's what first bullet point is meant to like continue doing that. Don't kind of.
So a recommendation would be something that we could do to integrate teaching techniques into teacher preparation. Say something about effective.
Yep. I think the goal of that second bullet is that prep is prepared to teach in any, regardless of kind of how instruction. Yeah. All right, we're comfortable with as is for the time being. With, yeah, sorry, they're not. Not live.
No,
Yeah.
that's not important.
And those edits did include an annual drill.
Yes, it's the last bullet that I now have here, sorry.
I'll wrap them up. Still schools.
10 years from now.
All right, shifting to educator preparation, we were circling around a little bit yesterday, potentially making a recommendation related to teacher compensation, potentially making a recommendation to around raising entry requirements to educator preparation programs. And then that last bullet there, Marie gave the example of kind of how this happened in the world of pharmacy, where they first raised the salaries. They got lots more people interested in going to pharmacy school, at which point they then were able to kind of increase the standards because they had more people than they could take into the program. Did I capture that accurately? So that third bullet is just, if you want to do the first two, then do you want to think about kind of making a recommendation for ordering that? So let's start with that first question. Is there a recommendation you all want to make around K-12 teacher compensation? Not explicitly. It's covered, I think, in terms of like programming.
So one of the conversations we're having are teachers have to do with tuition and long-term,
Yeah, the back end phase.
thinking about, like doubling the annual salary, adding. If that's something that's done, then that. But there would be a complement there.
Same point. Or education. Yeah, no.
I think regardless.
You raise the stakes because we only have so many seats, right?
Right.
Now I have double the amount of people applying. So. Now you can choose. That's exactly right. Or a company choose.
So I don't know, from my perspective, I don't know that tell you this is how teachers should make exactly. Along with.
We can see. Industry perspective is very consistent. Yeah, absolutely. Very interesting. Yeah. Have to figure out how you treat it.
Yeah, it would be.
Yeah, yeah, that's right. We can figure, listen all day about everything.
We're not doing the how. We just
That's
get it right. So is it two separate recommendations to raise salaries and then over time to shift to a 401k versus instead of the pension, or is it raise salaries and yeah?
Well, you got them.
Yeah, I would
How
say.
they gonna- How to raise the salary. Really, I mean,
That's
That's
not our
pretty
cost.
prescriptive.
That's
that's what I'm saying, it's pretty prescriptive.
You would say, I was not prescribing it. For an example.
Yeah.
Like, imagine if.
I got you, but we're not gonna put that on the
I don't
slide.
know. Except for that $14,000.
We can go back and fix it. Their support system is flawed. So I think that's leaders.
So as far as recommendation,
States in the defined contribution. Could I pose a question here to you? I mean, first of all, you got to think about what of that is what necessary for children. And the second thing to question is, how much of a lightning rod is that? So, we're gonna have. Yeah, what I'm saying is, if if you have a separate recommendation, you have a recommendation that says, do away with pensions.
I don't think we should go there. That is gonna be a big like.
Yeah, I mean, it's something else entirely. If you say, you know, treble the average salary and then do this, okay? But, I mean, if those are separate, then just the press coverage is gonna be around our desire and recommendation to end the pension system. Not the other part. Now, that's not to say can't make a recommendation. Y'all can recommend anything you want. It's just, if what you're actually after is the elevation of the profession, then I certainly wouldn't just say do away with the most stable retirement system in the country, which it is. I mean, it's, you know, state of Tennessee. Okay. So, by all means.
I mean, I agree, it's gonna be a lightning. It's gonna be a lightning rod, because that opens it up to every state. Some different ways of doing it, right? It doesn't have to be. Yes, or choose. Teachers can come into this profession. And by the way, most people are not staying in the profession for a long period of time. 4 or 5 professions, especially in this next generation. And many are investigators. Do you want to go down a pension path?
Teachers don't.
I would just add that I think that we want to see either an increase in not mention form and I think we're all in agreement. So if we keep it there enough to let someone else's call, I can rise us, it will hit
Somebody else.
somebody else. So I think we're all in agreement saying that.
Then it's always like, well, we can, if there was anything, go to year-round teaching. Raise yourself. It's something, give them something. That's the only reason. Like something.
Part of this is too, that raising the expectations to get into ed prep programs, right? So higher level control. We would expect higher level pay.
So
State employees today have the option. State employees, I had my choice on sorry how I wanted my moves to go. So to bring the bear discussion, and my guess is it's already gone. That's this whole time. Whether if we could happen, you would only raise. Turn the raise. I think there's probably some experts out there. It's a lot more. It's like 2 or 3. Change the pension plan. See what. So like, here's what's an expert.
Do you think it's worth it?
Yeah, just make a list of two big smart ideas. Well, so, yeah, it's just, as I was hearing it, I was thinking, okay, there's a couple different things to think about there. It's like, is this discussion about, again, what's best for kids? And the way that I think it gets to be what's best for kids is if you do succeed at elevating the profession so that it is an elite profession. And there's nothing innovative. I mean, the BEP Review Committee recommends increasing educator compensation every single year. Single year, the legislature puts more in, goes into the formula. Teachers get raises, some don't, some get new jobs because it goes in there. But that's not innovative. Now, at the same time, when you're talking about, you've heard your whole life, well, teachers should always be paid. I remember mom was a single mom, she was a teacher, and I remember being on strike with her behind a grass, and all of that kind of stuff. But where the changes in that profession seem to come is when you're able to recognize a person for their work that they do. The things that burn them out so much is when you have a teacher working their hind end off right next to a teacher who likes to show movies, right? But we hear about that kind of stuff from all over the country. So it's just that if the idea is to elevate the profession, then one would think it would be retirement and compensation, some sort of extraordinary thing that you're suggesting. We want to lead the nation in salaries by this, but in exchange for that, we expect X, Y, Z. I don't know that it should get through to a happy place.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't been just gonna say, I do think we'll be clear just to like differentiate this from a generic, like, pay teachers more, that what the aim here is to change the labor market for teachers. It's not just everybody gets $1,000 per. Do we want to include a recommendation around raising salaries for support staff? Because that came up in the teacher panel, but just a couple minutes ago.
Yes, yes, and that's like one of the recommendations. Shows some support staff. But remember, the BEP, the concept behind the BEP is to share the cost between local government and state government. So there are any number of positions that Dr. Bond to talk about this, that he is a superintendent that probably doesn't have any BEP money at all. Because those are the needs that he has. It's like RTI, so the reinventions. It was only a couple of years ago that one of the things the BP review worked on was getting RTI included, so that every district at least got money for the same required. Response intervention is what RTI stands for. All of that gets quite complicated. So I guess the question is, are you wanting to, wanting to really tinker in the BEP, or are you say 10 years from now, we want to have the highest salaries, but the average law of teachers?
I like the idea of like highest salaries, highest standards.
I think we have
Clear statement.
I think we've got to be really general here. The last thing I think is in a situation that we put out nation that when we start talking about the salaries of every non-funded person in the school, it is phenomenal. It's just, it can't, most of those salaries come out of local limit. So the BP state money is actually not paying. Some federal programs do. Cafeteria, custodians, all of those things pretty much come out of. So I do think, I like the generalness of talking about having a goal that our expectations in 10 years are here. That's where we want to get. But I think if we start missing too much in salary, we get into.
So it's subject to litigation.
That's a whole different, that's a lot more than I. It's just, I don't want to say, for teachers, can. But I was listening to some other, when we start looking at all employees, in public education, that's tremendous.
So part of what we were originally, teachers say high standards, high expectations. To the best, walking into every single classroom and do what they deserve to teach our kids at an accelerated.
So we have some language around behavior. So what?
That's a killer. That's a non-starter.
It can be done at a local level.
Yeah. Hey,
So we don't want, our teachers don't want to.
should learn to be restructured. So that it's
I don't disagree with the concept of.
no.
All to that model.
So local. Superintendents to be a big student. Versus the state trying to manage every single teacher.
Or actually, states have to submit differentiating that can be tied toward already staff areas. But there is some of that.
There is.
Actually, that's a solid.
Chester County is.
Oh, I don't have the end. I pay for.
So actually, when you talk about that issue, that was Senator Gresham's bill. That exists because of the bill that she did, that was in your second year of the Senate. So, and the entire concept there, the entire concept was that the superintendents would say, we cannot pay a chemistry teacher more than we pay a history teacher. But there's 25 history teachers and -5 chemistry teachers. How do I get them? And so that's where that came from. It exists on the books. The number of districts around this state that actually effectively use it is a pittance. It's just a pittance. There are some that do, but it takes a whole lot of boldness, right, to be able to tell teachers who have not been in a culture that does that, yeah, I love you. I got a liberal arts degree myself. So-and-so has a master's in chemistry. Could make $160,000 in their sleep. They're willing to come and teach for us, so I'm going to pay them more. It already exists in the law. The question might be, how do you incentivize it being used as it was originally created? That's just, I don't mean to be booming about it, but it's a problem that's potentially fixed.
So come. It's a very expensive.
I know, I thought we were moving. Do you want to back up?
Just looking to try to get closer to where you are, where you hire people based on their credentials. I'm more in favor of paying them once they get here. So their performance, and maybe the chemistry teachers, top two of them, and how it's difficult to do this. I want to make a seed there that you can move down.
So are we still at something general around raising salaries and address retirement, for example, a couple of examples, followed by an increase in EPP program entry requirements in order to change the labor market for teachers? Something.
That's the primary.
Yeah.
I think that's the
Yeah. Last part. Comfortable with that? Okay. The next thing that we are going to do is return to
Or, yeah, I want to. Prep programs, just for point of information. MTSU requires a CT of 22. Tennessee Tech, ACT of 21, that of 22. System's current undergraduates, teacher, college of education. Composite ACT is 24. I don't know if that's the required. That's not quite the talked about yet. But there are ACT requirements to get into teacher. And most of those are more strenuous than to get into the program. Not to say that it doesn't need to be heightened. I just wanted us to have some baseline of where we are.
And let's go over here. Top 5 teacher preparation.
100%.
So they are. You know, is that what you?
Oh, yeah, I want to just capture somewhere, talk about ensuring the state is assessing and enforcing the education prep program. Schools. But. I didn't read that.
we did, yeah, there's a whole chunk of other green that are here that this was just a specific question. All right, so what we want to do now is return to this document that we were looking at yesterday. At the beginning of the day yesterday, we had greened some, we had read some, made some red before we even started having a conversation and kind of put some of those off to the side. We want to return to them today, so I've made them darker green and darker red, left in the other reds and green, so it's a very colorful document that you'll be looking at. But want to spend 20 or 30 minutes going through and making sure you're comfortable with the green, with the red, and if not, shifting as appropriate. The pink was the red from yesterday.
It's been a new reds yesterday. We're only looking at the dark color.
Right.
Which are things we had not talked about.
Right. So there are a couple on this first category of high school redesign. So this top one that we did not talk about yesterday, we made it green prior to the conversation because there were to develop a data collection system that links K-12 post-secondary workforce data systems to help policymakers access timely, accurate, robust data, create new and adjust existing pathways as industry and economic needs shift.
Like the woman sat where Joey was today, when she was talking about that data dashboard, students, and then she had to go to. So it strikes me that so many across the state, not to mention the state themselves, but just.
School too, I think. Interesting to explore. This is kind of students just and just expanding against data.
So we action about it, focus on. What's the support structure?
I mean, I think the problem is that there are lots of data that exist on students. They exist in lots of different data systems. Some are reported to state, some are reported to district level, some are reported to school level. There's workforce data that exists in other databases. There's post-secondary data that exists in other databases. And being able to streamline all of that, pull it together so that you can pull down and understand what are the workforce needs in this community? How are our kids doing on the standards aligned to that at a broader level community? And then so that individual teachers can also pull down those data and understand what their students are doing, aligned to the standards, aligned to the requirements for certain high school and post-secondary programs, in one system rather than having to pull through and try to find the data you hope exists in one of 10 systems. I think most, if not all of the data exists and actually are connected at the student level. I think access is a challenge, and who can actually get to those data and use those data is a challenge. Lou, I think
So-
he owns a lot of those.
So I think there's a lot of subcontext here, and, understanding that DOE is not here to defend themselves per se. They've hemorrhaged a lot of employees around data, but they've also historically always played well, we just can't get it to you in time card, and then have walked off. Essentially, I can tell you in higher education, if we don't get the data collected, delivered, analyzed, and meaningfully processed, then schools don't get funded. Period. On July 1, there's no money to draw down because we have not established budgets based on the data. And so, develop a data collection system. I agree. I think there are multiple systems in place right now. There is no hardening of the timeframes. Every single session, granted, participant, observer, on a lot of these conversations, but constantly from the LEAs, we need the data. We can't get the data. You hear members all the time asking the department, why is it that we're now pushed out 2 more months on the data to schools? Get data to them in September. Well, but they need to make decisions in August.
So to demonstrate that we're listening to this. Simple process. Teachers, TIA, which is that distractions from the student. Could be data. Should follow budget process. School district. Those are very, well, we hear from the. I read our. Yeah.
I think also, one last little piece to this, mentioned yesterday about 16 councils and 20 councils. And, for better or worse, we still call our data pool the P20 data system. And this is the most significant longitudinal data system in the country. No one even close to second. However, hugely complicated data set, data pool. That labor puts into K-12, higher education, all this. There's a constant battle over who owns it, has access to it, and everybody wants access to it for various reasons. I don't know that necessarily is the same, because that is a data recipient pool, which can then be used for kind of bigger research. But this is a much more operational data collection and that what I'm talking about.
If that data system exists, still hold up Department of Education's. That's Department of Education here to provide the data. Is that system receiving the data that we're talking about now? And I guess it goes back to also what Len was saying. What's the purpose, right? The purpose ultimately is to provide some sort of consumer-friendly dashboard that enables teachers, advisors, counselors across the K-16 spectrum, students down the pathway. If it's already exists or doesn't exist, it sounds like it might exist. But maybe.
Well, but I think the situation is that if P20 is the main terminal, schools need data not at that point, but at their get off station. Right? And what we have data considerations at the state level being held off until it's all in the main terminal. But we should not be leveraging it like that. There should be data streams that the LEAs absolutely have to have, that they should absolutely be able to get because it absolutely exists. And the conversation yesterday with Jack, and I understand Jack is kind of in a hard spot to be candid. But, you know, yes, we have the data, but no, we haven't polished it yet. We haven't put it into a final form yet. The reality is that the data does exist in real time. But they're waiting till it gets to the terminal.
You and I had this conversation, Joe, you might, Lonnie, you and I just had this conversation. In my world, in your world, we have to tell where our graduates go. So you have a large number of students who don't go to TCAP, they don't go to college. You have to tell where they go after high school. And where's that data? I'm like him, I want to see where they are. Are they working? Did they sit down? Where are the people at?
That data is collected.
So why can't I see that?
Oh, but I see,
Yeah, that's what we really need. This, what kind of, I will say bothered me, the one thing I'm sticking my house and something, another committee, if we're talking about work, a lot of kids don't go to something else. What are they doing? And so this is about workforce, and I'm surprised women sleep on the job, but, and my little sister was waking up to back me up. He wants to know where this kid's going.
To what they're saying, they're aware, come to them, second grade, eighth grade, where those students are. What do you do with those students if they're in the eighth grade? I mean, this one teacher that if they care enough, their background, research, they can help these students. But those students continue to progress and continue to graduate with that lack of skill set. What I've heard say is, me, I'm a good teacher. I try to develop individual plans for each one of them, keep them where they are and take them where they want to be, which tells me that every student is not on the same level, which tells me that's why everyone, some are graduating and excelling and some are not. But all students have to, I think our charge is in, you said every student, vision. Every student. So back to what you're saying is, where's the data? How can we effectively help every student by using their words, meeting them where they are? So if they are not in the top 20%, we still want them employable. What do we do? Working with how she pulled each student out and said, okay, this is what I have to do for this student, this is what I have to do. That's a big for a teacher that's already covered up from 7 to 7 at night. That's a big push to start saying, okay, if that student's going to leave us and go to another team.
I'm three potentially two different categories of things that we're talking about here. One is state data, which the state collects a ton of data across the entire early childhood spectrum. Those data exist, they are connected. So you could theoretically track a kid from pre-K through workforce and understand exactly what each stage. My understanding from conversations I have had is that the challenges there are around data governance and data access. And it is virtually impossible for anybody outside of individual departments to actually get access to the data. So that
I thought I was hearing that, get it ready for you by the time you get it, won't be. Well, but it's, again, I think where you're going with this is that that's not a data set that offers much utility for this discussion.
So there's no things. I think what we're, I don't know if everyone realize this. The data that we get from the state is, people kind of refer to it as an autopsy. Okay? Because I've already had you for a year. The important data is what these teachers are pulling on their own. It's aimed web. It is teacher name. That's where the work is taking place.
So that was my other part, which is, you know, how do we then set up folks at the building level to use data, whether it is data that they are pulling down, so they want to see it's August 16th, it's the first day of school, they have a branding from the kids, they want to see how they did on the test last year. So that is a place where like state level data may be helpful, or they want to see what their max scores were from last year. I heard our teacher friends tell us was they are adding in their own data as well. So they're tracking their formatives along the way. They're like looking at their day-to-day data, exit tickets, and all the things that tell them on Tuesday what's going on with time to help them make decisions. I know.
The best teachers,
Right.
the best teachers in Tennessee are gonna have, and that kind of number. Kid is gonna have score, it's gonna be, and they're gonna have conversations. Highest scoring teachers in Tennessee have them.
Right.
So it was one of those things.
Don't get discouraged.
So I think there's two different potential problems we're in solve with two different things. There's the state level data, which can tell us what's happening at a systems level and help us diagnose where there are breaks in the system. So that's like the data that researchers like me love to have, because then we can look and see, oh, we're losing kids here. This is where kids are dropping off at a system level, which can inform policy change. And then there's potential to support at the local level. To Glenn's point, taking things off of the plates of teachers who are building their own individual data systems. So is there something that you all would want to do there to support data-driven decision-making, whether it's tools or training or what have you, to enable teachers to leverage data that they create and access? So without having to make something so in every classroom.
I think that's an interface with whatever the data we use. Somehow I said.
So there's two different things.
Right, so we need the end, like you said, that's not exactly the.
Right, this is more systems level design.
Hour. We're still thinking about. Doesn't have to be, don't let perfectly. Put something together.
So do we want to split this up into like something around strengthening or improving access to state level data systems and also incentivizing, supporting the development of local data systems that teachers have access to on a day-to-day basis that marries up to this?
I think that's a must.
There's a lot of privacy. Student individualized data, but this bit up here
It's collective.
is aggregated data. You're not going to run afoul of anybody's privacy rights there. You know, and I'm saying that it's not just the state, it's federal level when you get into some of the.
But they have,
They're the teachers.
Yeah.
They're down all over the school. See, all over.
But a data student, as they continue to pay, and at third grade, they're reading on third grade level. I can look at fifth grade, they're still reading on third grade level. Then on the eighth grade, I'm still seeing. So we're mapping how this student, similar to what you're saying, is taking them where they need to be so they can achieve instead of.
Yeah, I mean, I think we said we were similar to what I'm teachers last school, like, that's not the slide. That was interesting, except during the instruction, coaching, and teacher school level. This is like state level. system, it's probably the state level. I think that's what we're supposed to be doing, state level version.
It strikes me, we have. Actually, who would hold up our hands responsible to pay them to teachers if they. How are they not doing it? You can add, don't add our recommendations.
Well, because we're talking about this across multiple. Influence. All of the secondaries. The K-12, if you point to the across the whole spectrum, longitudinal database, 20 database, that I think is ultimately the way you're describing two separate elements that we're all going towards here, super friendly, teacher friendly, usable information compared to based database, two different things. What I would suggest we do is that we land on, yes, we still landed on this direction. But I suggest we try to this aside. We won't. More than happy to stay here until tomorrow. Some of the meetings,
That sounds good. So I've got that green. I've got a note in there that's something else related to your level data that we're going to need to come back to. I think we can do that. Moving to the two reds that we did not discuss yesterday, I'm going to propose on this first one to create a waiver policy to allow schools to adjust, et cetera, related to competency-based education. That we turn that yellow, we come back to it after we've done a little bit more research on the existing competency-based pilot and what's happening. But I don't think we need to hash this out right now until we have a better understanding of what's happening with competency-based in Tennessee, and that's on our to-do list for the next couple of weeks. Yeah, go for it.
Let and then the work-based experience of last one, they all seem to be students that are in high school. It seems to me that I know more about that it makes sense to whatever that assessment is, that test, that it's just another way of helping students through the high school experience. So it just seems that would just be another, whether it's move on ready or whether getting into the work-based learning apprenticeship or whether it is, testing out the showing proficiency for post-secondary.
So like combine those.
I would recommend, and Dr. Vaughn, I'll pipe up on this as well, is to make sure that the second line of that stays in. Obviously, you no such, the CLEP test, as I understand it, does not exist at the high school level. That would be a great, that innovation there. But where it becomes able to be actuated is where the BEP formula does not give Dr. Vaughn as a superintendent, and he doesn't have a high school, so I can talk about his district, right? Give him as a superintendent the choice between having enough money coming in to know what his budget's going to look like and saying to Johnny, Jill, Susie, and Billy, the ones who would otherwise be moving on, that they should be moving on, right? So we absolutely need to make sure that these disincentives are eliminated so that there's no reason for a district to stop a student from moving in the campus.
We have that funding recommendation around aligning all of those things, and I think that that's a way, we can talk to this as an example in that. Okay.
So what do we have, what kind of language do we have for that then? Eliminate, eliminate.
Yeah, so we go.
create a high school equivalent test to allow students to show that.
So it would be a combination of those, not the bottom one around, so these are the three of it.
Right, because that would include future high school. Move on when ready and work-based learning.
Right. One that we had green and did not talk about yesterday was supporting or incentivizing the expansion of existing mentoring programs. This came up as we were later on talking about some of the post-secondary access pieces. It came up as we were talking about FCL and some of the trauma-informed stuff. But just wanted to make sure that we still felt comfortable with this as a green. And we, I think, can embed it not as its own thing, but can potentially when we're putting this with some of those other pieces.
Every single.
Yeah. Two other green ones. So we're in the post-secondary redesign here. Developing scalable, non-linear credentialing pathways across TCAT community colleges and university pathways that include on and off ramps that are not fixed in a perceived order based on credential type. So if you have a bachelor's degree, you could still kind of go back and use some of those credits if you wanted to get a technical degree rather than going from technical to 4-year or whatever, in and out, depending on what makes sense for your career goals.
I know Jared. So that's great. So,
yeah.
Yeah, I want to trigger something here. Okay, so, and we'll probably give some good. We hear a lot about enrollment colleges. I haven't heard a lot of school enrollment. I hear more, work during the day, it's like, word-based learning, I'm sorry. But the school enrollment, it's a lot more sense as far as the opportunities. So I just want to be sure that every high school has the opportunity for enrollment in TCAT.
And I think the only thing that I would add there is the school has opportunity. Now, if they can come to campus, whoa. Our reasoning behind that's beyond then they can make it based on your schedule student, access of those students. But yes, I would say not over here.
We're good with this? All right, expand the reach of Tennessee Reconnect to accommodate alternative pathways and student populations. 5 yeses and 3 maybes on that.
Expand, if I could ask a question, expand to what are student populations, alternative student? I understand, but I mean, what are the, Tennessee Reconnect is for backwards and technical credentials, alternative student populations for people.
This one was added. Is it currently open to anyone? Or like, are there restrictions to eligibility right now?
Prior degree limitation unless you're going for a TCAT credential. So if you have a bachelor's degree but want to go and reskill, you have a history degree, but you want to become a welder and make money, you can go to TCAT and get your credential. That is, one alternative, but have an associate's degree, you're precluded from participation. But we have folded in under similar opportunities for veterans, things like that. We're working with some state agencies to fold in more targeted outreach, but as a general rule, non-traditional student have access to Tennessee Reconnect.
So is this an unnecessary recommendation?
I think the alternative pathways
So get rid of the student population.
is good, but I think that combine Tennessee Reconnect as an initiative with Tennessee Promise, Hope, and with ESAA, we've covered the whole age range, but also the income range. I think establishing some bona fide pathways within those is probably.
Saying if you have an associate's degree, see where you can take that if you
No, anyone who doesn't have a certificate can go back to PCAT. Have an associate, going to go to a community college associate's degree, you cannot have already earned an associate's degree. You can be in progress, you can be part of way. Right.
But, so I took out the student population. We're good with this? All right, one at the end here that was read yesterday that we did not talk about, 4 no's, 3 maybes, and 1 yes. FTHIC develop a workforce responsive degree program, development and academic program approval policies. I think this one's, you guys have it too.
So right now, we think of workforce responsive degree programs, we typically think of TCAT, community college. We don't control those anyway because we have deferred authorization of those programs over to TBR. And so for us to recreate the process, I don't. But I do think that there is, and so current to this meeting right here, there's a conversation going on around the open space funding formula, and one of the things being discussed is how to develop new academic programs with a downstream incentive around high need employment fields, high need academic programs. We're trying to get institutions out of the box and be nimble and not be professor driven, as opposed to what does the state need, what does the nation workforce need for free programs at our community colleges and four-year schools. And so I think developing that in concert with a new academic program approval policy is a good forward, because we don't think that way right now. We tend to rely overly much on professors who want to have a degree program to come up with a degree program, and then EHEC, largely stays out of the way because you can't terminate a program if it's failing. So
THEC then doing research on saying these are the programs, and sending out to the other universities across the state and saying, and if so, not like
the first half, we have ongoing reports with labor, around supply and demand. Some of these actually take a longer view, effective high-need fields. And so we have good working definitions for those. Where it hasn't translated to date necessarily is around academic program development at the 4 years. I think so. Well, I think that the community colleges, and in particular the TCATs, have become absolutely wedded to directional forces in the 4 years institution have not been, they've been nibbling at the edges. They have the capacity, whether they're doing that, whether they do it or not. I think some are better than others. A few months ago, we heard from Michael Torrance, who is on the leading edge of every conversation around this, the workforce needs. We have other community colleges that haven't talked to a workforce development board since their inception. And so, but again, we try to put that authority in their hands. This would, I think, as it relates to particularly the four-year degree programs. Because make no mistake, industries come in, they don't all want manufacturing. They don't all want associate degree employees. Some of them have hires to make along the gamut. Had a huge software company that was going to Middle Tennessee was going to hire 200 employees a month. I mean, and we lost it. We lost it because we couldn't provide the high end. The high end that would be in degree level workforce. We provide, IT, data warehouse folks all day long. We couldn't provide the, deep deeper level.
So I remember doing something to that about 3 years ago, BS degree in policy and statistics. And it asked me what I think workforce is. So in the process of the paperwork, it's assumed I'll check. I mean, that proof for the degree, right? Well, that's before you realize. Yeah,
Which is why your program got approved. No, it is part of the application process. But I would argue that it is not hard to defend the position of, oh no, this is necessary. Because I think you can go out and find an appropriate report somewhere that says the career and professional outlook for this degree program is critical in some way. I think this is more directed at the 10 years from now, looking back, where do we want to have incented higher ed institutions to begin developing degree programs? And I think that this is one of those long-term kind of policy shifts that isn't, hey, we need to react and turn right immediately here to be responsive. We need to forecast and then be positioned. If anyone who's heard CD Commissioner Rockford talk about talks about having inventory on the shelf of labor, ready for workforce pool. This is having academic programs established so that when a company comes in and says, "You're ready, how quickly can you turn?" Stop right there. Got the pipeline already established.
Okay. Yeah. So we didn't. It's great. So we did not have strong support for this coming into this meeting. You heard, this was also not on the list originally, so hopefully we've gotten a little bit more of a sense of what this is about. I'm curious if any of these are, the reds are moving green, this red. Based on just what you see, saying to be not putting someone else in the equation. Still in that. Any strong answers? Yes. Yes.
Yes, it's not. I was, first, now that I appreciate what you're saying is that you're looking into the future.
Right. I think we don't currently have policies in place around academic program approval that incent this kind of behavior. I think there's a value putting them into place.
So you're not talking about professional program, about holding.
Now, you said that. That's.
This is your wheelhouse. Do you want this green?
I think it has value. I think if THEC can be charged with developing as a recommendation workforce responsive programs.
Yes.
That means the market approval.
Yeah, you had 4 years on there, I think that takes care of it. Then.
Yes. So I guess. Yeah. You guys, what you were saying.
Sure. And that's something
Well, I guess
to some degree, this is inside ball and something that's being talked about. But again,
You won.
You want to Four no's, three yeses, and one maybe. Create additional funding streams to support schools in implementing trauma-based education initiatives, such as restorative justice or other alternatives. We talked a little bit about this yesterday. There is a trauma-informed cohort of schools right now doing some of this, so this would be additional funding or pilots or whatever on top of that. Anybody in the yes or maybe feel super strongly about turning this green?
Cases, trauma, are so many, not so many, but lots of them. This is something that's in county life. I just want to be, it can't be something else to do.
This recommendation to support all that. Something separate.
So it's written as something separate. We could adjust it to support.
And again, did this restorative justice conversation, did that happen from any of these people, or was that strictly reading?
It was in the readings related to the SEL and ACEs. Well, that's just an example of the type of thing. And the ACEs came up in May, so we talked a little bit about trauma, so both.
Whether it says trauma-based.
Okay. So funding to support basically all the things.
I have no idea.
I said, I wonder about sort of justice, especially trained staff. I think that needs to go.
Yeah.
And the system flexibility, support districts in providing devices and connectivity to students and schools.
Okay, so I waited on this meeting. I want everybody to have a connection. I was in a situation this year where I had enough money from the state grant, 40 hotspots. I'm not going to decide what 40 hotspots in these 40 of it are. So it has to be all in, or we don't need to give them
All students and families.
all students.
Anyone opposed? Great. I don't think we need to talk about this now, the data system, that we'll work it out. I think this connects to what we were talking about earlier, so we can keep moving. Toward the end here, require all LEAs to offer some online courses and require each student to complete a minimum number of online courses remote. That would have 5 no's, 2 yeses, and a maybe.
Oh, no.
Okay. Adjust existing policy to allow broader adoption of a 4-day school week.
Part of that was that once a year, school systems to go through emergencies. I do think it's important for kids to be able to access to, maybe not the so they have access to, and ensure that in a state of an emergency, that schools are. So I just want to make this covered off. Maybe that is a strong that is accepted.
Is that different than the online stuff they were talking about earlier, where one of the sub bullet points was around ensuring that districts, the curriculum they have is in both modes?
Kids can panic. That tool, and it becomes irrelevant. So in time of an emergency, everyone in the school should be prepared to put a switch back to unloaded.
This is different, but this is having an actual
Right, I just want to make sure that that one.
So that's, yeah, we added that as a bullet, that like drill, like a pandemic drill. We added that to, yeah.
There are high schools in Tennessee, for example, personal finance, there are high schools, personal finance online, every senior has to take it online. That's what I read there.
Explain a lot of some.
All right, adjust existing policy to allow broader adoption of a 4-day school week. 6 no's, 1 yes, 1 maybe.
Sad about.
Yeah, we turned that one. The incentivized districts to move to a year-round schedule, we turned that for. Teaching them. What excited about it.
Oh, we have to train them and stuff. Oh, I could. Just in case, 3 months off. I just.
They don't do 3 months.
Okay, 1 month, but that would be an advantage, I think. Now, we deserve 1 month also.
Second, it comes out the second.
Yeah, so they wouldn't get paid for it. They're just splitting the breaks.
That's where that point may have some, we're looking at, because the way it is now, we're required 180 days in school. All right, if we were to decide that we require hours, let's just say that at a high school, they decided that they wanted to go from 7 to 5, 4 days a week, same number of meetings. Right now, that flexibility is
They can expand it.
you can go more than that, and you can go longer during the day. You have to go. So there are states who not go 180 days. They have. Yeah, I think that's what's going to go.
All right, last one. This was green. We did not talk about it yesterday because there were 0 no's.
Decided to do that.
The 4-day school week. There were 6 no's.
Like, we have all teachers talk about it. To enable the flexibility, which is independence to change it. Or did we just all say that?
Don't leave that for it.
Like, a suggestion at here is to move days of school to hours. Enabling districts to fix their shoes to 4-day work. They want.
Just so you know, I know that it is. There has been conversation about.
I wonder if that's one we take and put on our plates for the next couple of weeks. See if we can find some examples of what's happening elsewhere. If there's any research on it.
Yep.
And come back to it. All right. Last one under high quality educators. Expand the existing minority teacher fellows program that already exists in Tennessee. I think something like 49. It supported something like 49 students or something last year.
So I'm on this committee. I'll tell you what, I can't incentivize a teacher who's going into a high need area. Yeah, I read everybody's essays and I grade them, and I'm one of 14 people or whatever in the state that's on this committee that does that. So I think it at least needs to be honed in and changed a little bit. I don't know if you put that into a big regulation. I will say this, our colleague over here has to hit the road in about 2 minutes. So if you got a higher ed question, ask you now.
So Nathan, why would?
For or against us?
I'm not sure.
It's 6-2. I mean, it's already green.
Started a perspective.
So I'm on the committee. I think there are parts of it that need to be tweaked, I would say. Probably if it was expanded, that would be a great thing. It's just in and of itself, it's not flexible enough to be targeted in terms of what the state always needs. And I think some additional flexibility within the program would be good. I don't know that you necessarily. Yes, it's awesome.
159, good job, guys. We loop those into that line. Yeah. Yeah, that's where the drill came in, that's where that emergency curriculum, making sure that districts can get. Yeah.
So we're good. Let's take a,
Yeah.
5.
So we need to. We want to. Multi-mode instruction. To this.
I think what we're going to do is this is breaking down the whole.
You'll be on the hook for it eventually. Just saying now.
When they're.
So, let's say.
What do we need to do to this? So can you just read them straight down the greens, or do you need me to take out the yellows and reds?
Yellows and reds were not.
Right, so I think we have an immediate issue of we need to plan Paris. Actually got these. Or can we just say, can she just wave a magic wand?
No, she doesn't even read them into the record because we.
So not immediately, but like in the next Monday or Tuesday.
Yeah, so, we need to get that to the list, so we should be able to.
I would like to make a motion to come out of city as a whole.
Several seconds. Without objection? So ordered. With that, so we need to go through a process of voting on the preliminary recommendations that we have discussed over the past couple of days. So it's been a very fun past couple of days going through discussion points, but now we need to get into the official voting piece of it. With that, we will go through the official process. I'm going to read all of these. So just remember, these are all preliminary. We will wordsmith them and get them exact. So just remember, these are all preliminary. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to review these preliminary recommendations. And I look for a second.
I'll second.
Okay, great. We're going to go through all of them. And then at the end of that, we will take a vote. Can we also have them up on the screen? At the same time? Or you guys can just listen?
It's gonna, I'd have to email it because it.
Okay, so you guys. So the first one is around high school redesign. So strengthen access to existing state level P20 data system. Expand TCAT's access to every high school student. Create a high school equivalent to the CLEP test to allow students to show proficiency in subjects at the secondary level for necessary credit to altering the BEP to eliminate disincentives to early graduation. Conduct research to identify challenges with the Move On When Ready Act and identify opportunities to strengthen it. Leverage best practices from the Tennessee GIVE initiative to create scalable work-based learning apprenticeship models statewide. Create a senior year capstone option that includes co-op, work-based learning, internship, or other industry or work-related based experience. That is high school redesign. Support for students' long-term planning. Will support to or incentivize the expansion of existing mentoring programs. Under school finance, align funding incentives across PK-12 and post-secondary public funding systems to encourage systems to transparently inform, advise, and proactively assist students in accessing non-traditional and flexible pathways to completing high school, transferring credits, and applying credentials and degrees early for credit and subsequent programs in ways that minimize the cost and time to degree or credential for students and maximize flexibilities and pathways to attainment. That was a long one. Post-secondary redesign. Expand, incentivize, and communicate about existing credit transferability and stackability policies. Develop scalable, non-linear credentialing pathways across TCAT, community, university pathways, including on and off ramps that are not fixed in a perceived order based on credential type. Create an automatic dual admission options for students entering two-year institutions that are partnering with four-year institutions to facilitate seamless transfer and degree attainment. Incentivize cross-agency communication and collaboration to address students' wraparound non-tuition-based needs, including auxiliary costs. Conduct a full assessment and redesign of Tennessee transfer pathways, including clarification of clean pathways from those that are conditionally transferable. Expand the reach of Tennessee Reconnect to accommodate additional alternative pathways. Develop a common application for admissions across public higher education, including a one-stop module for students to assess financial aid / college admissions. Explore competency-based delivery models in higher education to identify existing models and scalable best practices. Expand reverse articulation to include alternative credential pathways. Create a pilot program at a set of community colleges to test the success of alternative scheduling, such as block scheduling or year-round scheduling. Create high-need, workforce-driven credential production and outcomes. Develop a comprehensive advising / mentoring initiative tied explicitly to subpopulations of financial aid recipients. Expand existing models of on-time completion. Have THEC develop a workforce responsive program and academic program approval policies at four-year institutions. Next one is student well-being. Develop and distribute best practices and other resources to support districts and schools that implement high-quality SEL that includes cases as appropriate. Incentivize connections between education systems and existing mental and behavioral support systems. Strengthen the alignment of state's character and IS initiatives to its SEL efforts. Strengthen statewide messaging around SEL. Expand professional development opportunities related to trauma-related education and supporting students' SEL development. Task the textbook commission with creating a curated evidence-based list of age-appropriate SEL curriculum, resources, and programs to support school-level implementation. Create additional funding streams to support schools in implementing SEL initiatives. Next section, system flexibility and adaptability. Ensure high-quality evaluation and accountability plans for current internet infrastructure initiatives and future investments to ensure goals and outcomes are met. Support districts in providing devices and connectivity to all students and families. Revise laws restricting where potential providers can provide internet to customers. Develop a data system with accessible and useful data. Next section is high-quality educators. Use existing data on educator prep programs to inform program approval decisions. Expand the existing minority teacher fellows program to recruit and support a large number of teacher candidates. Ensure existing early literacy programs maintain financial viability and coordinated oversight and accountability. Establish regular evaluation of early literacy programs. Strengthen the classroom-based experience for all teacher candidates, whether traditionally trained or not, to include high-quality residencies. Support the creation of high-quality teacher residencies in other communities across Tennessee. In particular, given the state's many rural districts, commissioners could consider calling for development of a rural teacher residency program. Further increase the financial support of local grow your own and incentivize local grow your own partnerships, additional funding, technical assistance, best practices, and other resources. Call for a strong evaluation plan for your own programs to ensure that these programs result in high-quality educators being placed in Tennessee's classrooms. Require teacher preparation programs to set diversity goals and report on annual goals. Pandemic response. Create high-dosage tutoring programs to address pandemic-related learning recovery. Expand learning time through after-school, summer, or weekend programs. Online schools. Support, enable, optimize, advance, accelerate, provide flexible, high-quality options for instructional delivery. Includes continue to hold online schools that receive public funding accountable for existing school accountability structures. Educator prep programs must incorporate best effective online practices for online teaching into their programs and field of experiences for all teachers. Provide ongoing professional development to K-12 educators to support them in developing and strengthening online teaching skills. Ensure K-12 curricula are integrated for both in-person and online delivery to allow districts to switch between delivery modes as necessary. Thus require that when districts purchase a curriculum, that it has integrated technology-based capability. Require that the districts maintain infrastructure, devices, integrated technology platforms, and connectivity solutions to seamlessly transition modes of instruction. Develop a process to determine where a student completes the majority of their high school credits to facilitate access to post-secondary programs. Require an annual virtual drill. Next section is teacher compensation. Increase educator compensation and raise standards for the entry into the profession with the intent of elevating the profession and increasing competitiveness in the teacher labor market. That is the reading of all of the policy recommendations we have created over the past couple of days. Yes. Dolores.
Madam Chair, I just wanted to make one comment, and that is, it is my understanding that this process that we're going through, and that this is really phase one, or the completion of phase one of that win-win process. So, and I did want to thank Bill that they have done in facilitating this work, because I know it's been a huge effort on their and on mission as well to go through this process. So I'm grateful to your leadership and also for Bellwether's work in helping us do this.
Thank you. I echo your comments as well. Very helpful. Any other, in regards to your original point, yes, this is a phase one of this process. As we eventually will move into multiple phases until we have a complete report at the end of this year. Any other discussion? All in favor of accepting this preliminary? I see all the hands raised as saying aye. Any opposed? Excellent. Then we will accept these as our preliminary round of recommendations. I'm just gonna double check our.
Just make this right.
Just I want to thank you all for being here. We look forward to seeing you on August 16th. And I can tell you, we're actually adjourned early. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane.
Yes. Nathan and Casey and Catherine.
Casey on logistics,
Super well.
Elizabeth.
Like the rain.
Council of trustees. And rather than put each of these in the mail to you, we brought them here to distribute. So please, commissioners, leave with one of these documents. We can see these. Take one of those.
Thanks.